في ترتمي ليه بلاستيك مش هوني أشكارا والقضية ناخذها في كغد كل يوم تقولي صباح الخير وتجي في وجهي قبل ما تطير استعملناك كبير وصغير حطينا في كوكب الأرض قولوا باي 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 لشكاير هذا الحيوان الطاير قولوا باي 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 لشكاير تتطاير في السماء تعوم في الماء قولوا باي 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 لشكاير هذا الحيوان الطاير قولوا باي 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 لشكاير تتطاير في السماء تعوم في الماء
Et dire que c'est la ça de cette chanson avec
RTOM. Pourquoi tu m'expliques pas toi? C'est traduit. On parle en français. Parle en français. En français.
قولوا باي 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 لشكاير هذا الحيوان الطاير قولوا باي 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 لشكاير تتطاير في السماء تعوم في الماء قولوا باي 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 لشكاير هذا الحيوان الطاير قولوا باي 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 لشكاير تتطاير في السماء باي 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 لشكاير هذا الحيوان الطاير قولوا باي 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 لشكاير تتطاير في السماء تعوم في الماء قولوا باي 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 لشكاير هذا الحيوان الطاير.
Tout ça pour dire que la saison.
All this to say that la saison bleue continuously works to raise awareness on the use of single-use plastics, and that the best way to carry this message forward is to work with artists. There is no better media than culture. There's a lot of work, but I'm sure we will succeed together. We will now listen once again to the message of the President of the General Assembly of the UN, Mr. Dennis Francis. Please launch the video message. Excellence.
Participants, it is my distinct honor to address the inaugural Blue Africa Summit. My only regret is that I am not able to join you in person, despite my keen interest in strengthening Africa's maritime domain. Let me commend the Kingdom of Morocco's esteemed leadership in championing the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI to make the Africa maritime space a zone of peace, stability, and shared prosperity for all. Contriving to create, nurture, and sustain peace must be the centerpiece of our work in these times. His Majesty's vision aptly resonates with the theme I have chosen for the 78th session of the General Assembly. The maritime city of Tangier, at the confluence of the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, and spanning both Africa and Europe, is the ideal place to host this august gathering. Indeed, Africa has emerged as a significant oceanic power, boasting 30,000 kilometers of coastline in 37 coastal states. Its maritime routes, which once linked ancient empires, today increasingly transport people, energy, food, and maritime resources across 3 oceans. On the continent, some 200 million people live within 50 kilometers of the coast, a figure set to double by 2030, and a reality that makes the maximization of its dynamic maritime potential vitally important to Africa's future development. This is especially true as sea level rise continues to pose an existential threat to its low-lying coastal areas. Excellencies, this summit's emphasis, therefore, on the blue economy as an integral aspect of Africa's broader regional integration agenda comes at an extremely opportune moment. The blue economy can be a strong driver of sustainable and inclusive growth and development, providing crucial livelihoods and job opportunities for many, and thus helping to boost the food security needs of millions on the continent and potentially abroad. To optimize the prospects, all potentially viable sustainable financing models should be explored based on local needs and priorities. Ocean protection and management plans stand a better chance of success when scientific expertise is integrated with citizen and stakeholder engagement. Excellencies, distinguished participants, as I close, let me remind that Africa is a cradle of human civilization and a continent of great promise for peace, human rights, prosperity, and development. Realizing that promise requires that we urgently address the obstacles hindering its progress to achieve the 2030 and 2063 agendas. I therefore encourage all stakeholders, national and local authorities, civil society, and the private sector to forge strong partnerships that address the challenges in Africa's maritime domain, and aligning these efforts with those of the African Union and other regional and international organizations. In this regard, I look forward to participating at the upcoming AU Summit to share further thought with the leaders. And I urge development partners to seize the opportunity offered by this critical Blue Africa Summit in the continent's sustainable development. Together, let us ensure that no country on the continent is left behind in our unrelenting quest for peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. I thank you.
Voilà,
Here we go. Allow me to suggest to the Perpetual Secretary
of the Royal Academy cascades this message on to the Moroccan authorities, and the President of the UN General Assembly, Denis Francis, has clearly been influential. I will ask now our dynamic duo to launch us on the third roundtable on protecting our seas and regenerating our coasts. All, of course, within the purview of the blue economy. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Please provide a warm round of applause for Rim and this fantastic rim for this fantastic film and message from New York.
Excellent ambassadors. First, a quote: "Stop the decline." We have been living with Peter Thompson and Olivier Pardavor since the One Ocean Summit in Brest with this mantra: there's no healthy planet without a healthy ocean, and the ocean is in bad health, and we have to stop the decline. This roundtable number 3 is specifically on how to stop the decline. So, in French, protéger.
Protecting marine areas with the experts around this table, and then regenerate, which is already a bit more of a distant horizon. We will start with Rodra, who will provide us a context for this third round table in 2 stages. Before we move on to the 4th round table, how can finance and blue economy actors support this fundamental shift, and before we focus on governance. Alors, quelle est donc la question? Quelles sont les actions collectives que nous pourrions entreprendre pour résoudre ce problème de la dépollution et à plus long terme, pour restaurer les écosystèmes endommagés? Comme nous allons avoir 2 groupes, un sur la génération et l'autre sur la production de la biodiversité, et l'autre sur les actions de la société civile. J'aimerais inviter Dr Abil, professeur en océanographie de l'université Abdel Salek Sadi, Dr Adil Arzar, professeur en océanographie et gestion littérale. La parole est à vous pour que vous partagiez avec nous votre vision sur ce sujet.
Il n'est pas là, Fedra.
D'accord.
He's not here, my dear. Okay.
Move forward. Bien.
Il peut être allé se baigner, c'est une bonne idée.
Maybe he went for a swim. Good idea. Mr. Sikou Diakate, National Coordinator of Rena Shed in Guinea. I hope that you are with us as planned. Mr. Sikou, are you here? Can you raise your hand, please? I don't see you. Okay, everybody is swimming.
Je pense.
They are all becoming fishes. Lieutenant Colonel Abdul Aziz Andiare. Hey, let's applaud him, he's here. You are Lieutenant Colonel, Deputy Director of the Protected Marine Areas. Thank you very much to the... there is a huge echo. Interpreters cannot understand what's being said. No way to understand with the echo. Apologies from interpreters, we can understand nothing. Sound cutting off with echo. Another microphone is turned on. I'd like thank you for the first I want to congratulate the organizers and thank them for associating Senegal to the Maritime Protected Areas Conference. I'd like also to thank Moroccan people for their work.
I'd also like to thank the Moroccan people for the wonderful hospitality. So I have a presentation that I sent earlier. Could you please display it on the screen? I had sent a presentation on the important elements in Senegal. So this is a community governance model that has been a success when it comes to marine conservation, just as the director said this morning. So our model is actually based on a communal approach. So the community is actually the manager. Please speak closer to the microphone, please. So, an overview with regards to the Protected Marine Space initiative in Senegal. It started with the National Congress on the national parks that were actually organized in 2003, where the states took the responsibility to protect at least 5% of their marine spaces. That is why Senegal took the commitment to actually put in place protected marine spaces. And 1 year afterwards, 2004, Senegal actually created 5 protected marine areas. So along the coastal sector, so north, south, and the central coastal areas. And 7 years afterwards, that's 2012, to consolidate this initiative of protection of marine areas, they actually created a directorate or a department dedicated to marine and aquatic resources protection. And the director actually spoke about this. And that is a new department or directorate which is just 10 years old. But they've actually had a long journey since they've been created. So we have the community approach, and today we have a network of 17 protected marine areas with a coverage of about 4.29% of our marine territories. So we try to achieve one of the objectives of the Haiti summit is to be able to cover 10% of marine and aquatic resources between 2011 and 2020. This pushed us to put in more effort to actually meet up with this expectation since 2010. Now with this network with about 700 kilometers of coastal land, we have this percentage that's covered by this directorate. What is the mission of this institution? So conservation of the biodiversity and also scientific research. So we have oceanic AMP protection as well as the scientific protection research work. I'm talking about BBNG, and also we're talking about the development of community-based initiatives, like the agents that we're actually developing in different areas. And this was raised this morning. We also put in place local governance units. So I'll talk about governance. What is the particularity of this current Senegalese population? So the initial units that were created in 2004, they were created under the prerogative powers of the state. But from 2012, they were created by the Directorate of the Protected Marine Areas, and these are based on the communities. The communities identify their spaces. So we have spaces that are seen to be vulnerable. And for these, we actually classify them as protected marine areas, these vulnerable areas. And we tell the governments to sort of come and help us protect this particular protected marine area. This means that it is the community that now initiates the creation of protected marine areas. And that is what we can mention, that after 10 years, that today, the communities are no longer the beneficiaries because we are actually the initiators of the process. So this actually constitutes the creation of the protected marine areas. So the state plays this role, but this role is just a supporting role from the state. They do not initiate. So we have the consultation communities, which we call the management communities, and each community has a management community, and we have the different social professional categories have representations in there, and they are the ones that actually initiate all the different activities carried out under this initiative. So thank you. I had a lot more things to say, but I had to be interrupted because of time. So thank you. Please tell the speaker to actually speak directly into the microphone. The interpreters are struggling to hear him clearly. So with regards to the role that is being prepared, we'll ask Patricia Reka, President. Sorry, the interpreters are struggling to hear the speaker. Please tell him to speak into the microphone. The microphone is fluctuating. Thank you, Ashed. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the organizers. So pollution and restoration, like I said in the title, I think I separated the coast from the sea, but these are part of the ideas that have been evolving over 50 years. So this is my reference point with regards to the knowledge we share. And today we know that this is actually, the ice is actually nourished by the coast. So we need coastal sheds. So we need clean coastal lands and belts so that the biomass can actually proliferate in its biodiversity. This has actually, pollution has evolved a lot. You know, at some time in the past, the pollution was actually chemical, but now we know that pollution is a lot more diffuse, a lot more diverse and complex. We'll talk about sound and bioacoustic pollution, amongst other forms of pollution. And we are actually seeing that we had that of microfiber. So we can see that pollution is actually carried out by all the different water networks. So today in the seas, we need to protect the oceans. We are obliged to include knowledge and know-how with regards to pollution that is also carried through from the big water bodies or rivers. So this is, I will talk about the main fundamental point with regards to protecting, you have an integrated management that is actually cleaning or actually purifying. So we cannot actually talk about this literal aspect if we do not talk about purifying of this water. So we could talk about waste management. So today, this has a more of an economic value. So desalination and also actually allows the way to actually add value to treated water. So I think it is something that we can no longer neglect, but let's not forget it in our protection plans with regards to biodiversity and bird protection. We spoke this morning. We are in a dilemma because we cannot really have problems with food security. And today we have fishes that are not considered as biodiversity elements, but they also are considered as stock. So we should take into consideration that most of the fishes that are fished are actually finishing in the plate of maybe a cat or a dog, not necessarily in the plate of a human being. So I think we should actually put in a lot of efforts to understand this and to know what is less expensive and what's a lot more sustainable in terms of carbon capturing or decarbonization. This also allow us to add value to what we do and also avoid food waste. I think that today we're doing a lot because we call all of this the science of sustainability. I think that this is one of the major topics of SUNOC. And this is a platform of ocean stability. Today we should integrate all the SDGs at a time in a way to effectively take into consideration food security and also sustainable, harmonious development of cities. So I think that pollution needs us to actually correct these notions, because it is really complex when we talk about coordination and a coalition, of all of our different skills and competences. And I think that there's a lot of government efforts that we need to actually pool. I think today talking about communities, so I think we should open the panel a lot more, and I would like to talk to government representatives at the assembly to actually encourage a lot more researchers and also scientists to be a part of government plans. And also, we should think about regeneration when it comes to nature. So we should take a look at the protected marine areas, see them as tools that can be used for the regeneration of biodiversity. And that is going to be the future library to help us restore our environment. So I think that we should have a perspective of an innovator and also as an economist and the nature that can actually go further. And this is the only way to achieve what we intend to achieve. Thank you.
Now, Carol is policy manager at the network of Mediterranean marine protected area. She's an expert at the different level of policy at the national, Mediterranean, and international level. So we look forward to know more about your recommendation and vision for our common goal. Thank you.
I don't know if you're working. Yes. Thank you so much. My warm thank you and greeting for the organization of such an event. We are more than glad to be here, and my great gratitude to our hosting country. So I had a few slides, maybe if you could display them. It will illustrate better what I was willing to emphasize. Actually, to start my presentation, I wanted to come back to the basics. The fact that what we have in common, Mr. Chabot, is definitely the ocean and its currents, is reminding us how much we are connected on this blue planet. And coming back on the etymology of the Mediterranean Sea, that is dear to my heart and our organization, what is in the middle of lands, this is again underlines the link between the two continents, the bridge between the two continents, Europe and Africa. And this is what at MedPan we value and promote, actually getting together, sharing knowledge, experiences, and joining forces. Actually, MedPan brings together 131 organizations in 21 countries. And this represents more than 190 marine protected areas. MedPan is a science-based learning and adaptive organization with a bottom-up approach. Actually, it has been created by marine protected area managers. MPAs as a tool has been mentioned several times this morning, but let's not forget networks of marine protected areas. I will specify human networks of marine protected area managers that bring alive the tool of MPA. MPA are not isolated, and thanks to these human networks, they are joining forces. Without managers, without community, MPA would not exist. They would be just drawing on maps. And networks are actually catalysts of marine conservation efforts, thanks to their core activities of sharing knowledge, sharing experience, sharing know-how. They have a multiplier effect, and this is what is important to achieve the big ambitious targets of marine conservation, namely Target 3 of the Global Biodiversity Framework and SDG 14. MedPan activities are all oriented for supporting effective and fair marine conservation. And this echoes actually the mantra mentioned yesterday. We work on sharing knowledge and solution. We work on improving MPA policies, and this to turn all the ambition for ocean conservation into action. And I will specify here again fair and equitable action to echo the question of consciousness. There is a lot to do in our region, maybe two figures to stress the room for progress. In the Median region, only 18% of marine protected areas that have a management plan can actually implement this management plan. All the others, because of the lack of funding, the lack of equipment, the lack of staff, cannot implement their management plan. And the second figure we should keep in mind is that despite all the efforts of marine conservation, 90%, almost all MPAs in the Mediterranean regions, are presenting high vulnerability to climate change. So, que peut-on faire? What can we do? This morning, best practices have been mentioned. So definitely we need to foster the transfer of knowledge, the sharing of solutions. We have to deepen cooperation between our two continents, between Europe and between Africa. So allow me to suggest maybe two actions, to give two recommendations. The first one is to bring together the existing network of marine protected areas. And I would say all the network in a blue belt that was mentioned this morning. At MEDPAN, we are already starting to exchange, thanks to a European project, with the network in West Africa, Rampao, and the network in Indian Ocean, Wayampan. But this is not enough. We need to sustain this collaboration, these exchanges. So we could have, to echo the word of impact partnership, we could all together launch an impact partnership on a blue belt, starting with the creation of an alliance between Europe and African MPA networks that could be launched at UNOC 3 in Nice, and could be celebrated at the Impact 6, the International MPA Congress that will happen in Senegal. We do need to bring together all these MPA networks, and you can see on this map that we have already some anchors, some dots, but we need to make this more permanent. We need to sustain and to facilitate exchanges between stakeholders of marine conservation. And this is our ambition with the setup of a Blue Belt. The second recommendation will be actually to better plan and better make marine conservation. I mentioned the issue of climate change. The fact is that without understanding the impact of climate change on the existing connectivity between species and ecosystem, unfortunately, we won't be successful. We need to better plan marine conservation to understand the dynamic, the ongoing dynamic of connectivity. And for this, we have tools, but unfortunately, they are not accessible to many managers. So we need to equip the managers of MPA, the decision makers who will have to decide new marine protected area, new other effective conservation measures with this insight, the forecast about what will be the connectivity between ecosystem in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, because things are changing. And to give you an example, I run an important project in the Indian Ocean where we had to forecast the change in coral reef conservation. And it was quite striking to see that the existing source of coral reef larvae, some of them will no longer exist in 10 years, but new will appear as critical for coral reef conservation. So we do need to equip marine conservation with this forecast system. To conclude, maybe let me quote Khalil Gibran, who was referring to the ocean as follows. Toi, vaste océan, qui seul est paix et liberté.
You vast ocean, place of peace and freedom, I come to you.
And let's be nice for the ocean. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot, Carol, for the overall picture, for concrete example, and for the invite that you presented. Thanks a lot. We would like now to invite Mr. Hamza Abdou Azali, Director General of INRAPE. Is the director here? Okay, no, we can move forward.
Thank you very much for your contribution. The next speaker, Geneviève Ponce. Geneviève, si tu es prête. Geneviève, you are the Managing Director of Europe Jacques Delors. You are a member of Africa Europe Foundation. You're based in Belgium. You're a distinguished French civil servant and also a European Commission's civil servant. Now you lead the Europe Jacques Delors. You focus on environmental and sustainable development policies. You're at the helm of Europe Jacques Delors since 2020, advocating for ocean conservation through leadership roles in Mission Starfish 2030 and the Antarctica 2020. So Geneviève, the floor is yours, please.
Merci beaucoup, Ashok.
Thank you very much, Ashok. I'm going to be taking into account the European mission Starfish, to restore the ocean and the aquatic environment. First of all, what is the objective of Starfish? As I just said, it's to restore. It wasn't the case at the beginning, but it was the case when we held our first public meeting, where I invited a person that I had hired when I was managing WWF Europe, and also in a graph, and she said it is no longer time to protect but to restore. It was in September 2019, and we have adopted this objective. We are now at restoring, but everything should be there. Sustainable blue economy should be there, finance, governance, science, everything should be involved. This is why the C star with the 5 branches is centered around restoration objective. This is for the history. Now, a few concrete examples. Sorry, Geneviève, could you please remind us of the 5 branches? Because I think it's very inspiring and useful to structure the 5 branches of the great Starfish mission. So, we have science, governance, and then we have the pillar somehow. And then we have sustainable blue economy, including finance, active protection, like special protective zone, and the fight against pollution, with the central objective of restoration. From Starfish, we had many European programs that came to light as esoteric, the one as the other, and the mission is very difficult to join them, but I'll be happy to do. One of them is called Remedies, and it also involves Morocco, actually. Remedies is a project aiming first at following or monitoring plastic pollution, then collect plastic, and finally prevent plastic pollution. It is done in this order, and you will see the reason behind this order. It's because we will first involve the citizens, then we'll create a dynamic that will allow us later on to favor and focus on prevention. The second project I want to talk about is Blue Africa. Blue Africa is a project that is not necessarily linked to Starfish. It is in the Global Gateway of Europe. And here it's about detecting, I mean, the European delegations are very active on that. So we have to detect with local governments and authorities all restoration projects for the biodiversity in Africa. Some of them are of particular interest to us today, as it was demonstrated in Gabon. And Catherine would be interested here because it's about restoring a mangrove, which is a natural environment that's quite important, while maintaining and favoring sustainable fishing. It's this idea of allying biodiversity aspects and economic aspects and allying local communities that is very important. This project was quite a success. Now it's duplicated on this coastline of Africa, the west coastline from Mauritania all the way to Côte d'Ivoire, and also in the Indian Ocean from Somalia to Mozambique. And here again, the idea is to have a dynamic circle, meaning that what we will obtain by involving local populations and the lessons learned will allow us later not only to restore but to prevent. So we end up, just like in the Remedies project, with 2 stages and one dynamic that will raise from the involvement of citizens and stakeholders. That's it for me. Thank you. Thank you, Geneviève.
Concluding this first part of the round table, would like to launch a video message from the Secretary Executive of the Committee of Intergovernmental of the Negotiation, CIN, Madame Yoti Matur Philippe. If you could please launch the video. We had a lot of inspiration for the recommendation in the next part.
Yes, very constructive.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jyoti Mathur Philip, the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Let me start by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the Blue Africa Summit for their kind invitation to deliver this message. Gatherings such as the Blue Africa Summit are exactly the kind of multi-stakeholder fora we need to build momentum for the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee and to bring forth solutions to tackle the plastic pollution crisis. Research shows that humanity produces around 430 million metric tons of plastic per year, and without urgent action, this will triple by 2060. According to one UNEP study, between 19 and 23 million metric tons of plastic enter and damage aquatic ecosystems every year, and only 9% of plastic is presently recycled globally, and our current recycling and waste management infrastructure cannot cope. It was in the face of this crisis that in March of 2022, UN member states gathered at the UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi and adopted a historic resolution to end plastic pollution. They agreed to launch the negotiations towards an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, with the ambition of completing the work of the negotiating committee by the end of 2024, a very ambitious timeline indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm addressing you in this video message from Nairobi, where the UNEA resolution was adopted and where the third session of the INC is currently underway. This week, here at the United Nations Environment Programme headquarters, delegates from around the world are convening to advance the consideration, understanding, and articulation of some of the main elements of the future international legally binding instrument and for the first text-based negotiations. At INC3, members of the committee are invited to use the chair's zero draft text of the instrument as the starting point for the negotiations. Indeed, this session in Nairobi is a critical milestone as it marks the midpoint of our process. The progress made in Nairobi will determine the pace and workload at subsequent sessions. It is crucial that the spirit of Nairobi remains in full force throughout the week of INC3 and allows us to deliver on the next steps as we start preparations for the fourth session of the INC in April 2024 in Canada. The fourth and fifth sessions of the INC are just around the corner, having been scheduled to take place in April 2024 in Canada and in autumn 2024 in the Republic of Korea. This will be followed by a diplomatic conference of plenipotentiaries in 2025, where member states are expected to adopt the instrument. The ambitious timeline is a testament of the will of the member states to move forward swiftly to address the plastic pollution crisis. We are also very pleased with the strong interest and engagement from governments and civil society in our process and hope that many of you will join us at future sessions. I wish you stimulating and successful deliberations today and a good continuation of the Blue Africa Summit. With that, I say thank you. Thank you very much.
Formidable. Bravo. Bravo.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rem, who met duty at the Nairobi Climate Summit. Thank you for this message, as there is
no healthy negotiations without healthy and strong NGOs. And so we are very happy to finish this roundtable with strong NGOs, with strong statements, and they are, as far as we diplomats, Ambassador Poivre d'Arvor, are concerned, we need to work in this 360 very inclusive way to make negotiations happen, and without the NGOs, they would not happen. So thank you for all what you are doing for these negotiations. So on va commencer, pardon de switcher de langue, avec Madame.
Apologies, I'm switching languages. I will start with Mamouna Salek from Mauritania. You're an independent. I can see that you do not like the word activist, but you do focus on environmental questions, and you have realized articles. You've published multiple articles. You work much for Mauritania to ensure that its country can preserve its natural reserves and landscapes. And could you explain to us, Mrs. Salek? Unfortunately, she seems to have dropped out of the link when I've just been told she'll be back. And Mr. Aliouba, are you there before I introduce you? Interim Ocean Campaign Manager. Greenpeace Africa. You're next to Tamara Thomas, Executive Director, Ocean Ties, and you are very important. Both of you are important to us, as you have been moving negotiations forward in the 54 countries of the Africa for BBNG. Be it for marine litter or the high seas, your contribution is crucial, as there are far too few countries of Africa which have signed or ratified, let alone ratified, this agreement. Thank you. The floor is yours. Mr. Ba. Thank you very much. I might leave Tamara to speak to high seas, as everybody knows how important the high seas are, especially for African countries. I might just speak quickly about coastal fishing and the issues it is confronted to, and then let Tamara speak to the high seas issues. So it is no secret that oceans are crucial to the planet, and especially for African countries when it comes to food safety, employment, and social economic stability. With more and more conflicts emerging because of the growing scarcity of resources. But oceans are confronted to multiple challenges: industrial overexploitation, fish meal issues, which have started proliferating across West Africa, using fresh food to produce fish meal, which is then exported to feed populations of food elsewhere, when the local population need this food resource for themselves. So there are serious ethical issues, but there is also a new threat. Across the West African coast, we've seen the development of offshore industry for gas and petrol, which are as many threats to coastal communities. Everybody knows that coastal communities in Africa are intimately tied to the ocean, and these communities are now confronted to food insecurity, a drop in revenue, loss of jobs, and the consequences are not limited to Africa and is now reaching Europe because of irregular migration that flows through these pirogues that were used before for fishing and are now used for irregular migration. I think we should therefore review the authorization granted to foreign fisheries and review the agreements which are signed with these countries, as it has the opposite effect to the one that was expected when signing. I think it is therefore urgent that we implement practical management measures that will ensure the sustainability of such fishing to sustain these communities, and that these oceans benefit first the local communities and then the country in their hinterland. We recommend a better surveillance of coastal zones. As my colleagues mentioned in Senegal, they spoke of the protected marine areas, the PMAs, which I think should be further encouraged so as to restore ecosystems. We should also stop these fish meal and fish oil factories which shouldn't develop in these areas because the communities depend on the same resources, and reduce the pressure of fishing, which has led us to a situation that if we were to continue on the same path, we would reach a point of no return with devastating consequences. When it comes to recommendations, we would like to see a prioritization of the involvement of communities in the exploitation of marine resources and a better integration of these communities in the decision-making process. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's fantastic everything you're doing. Thank you for structuring your action. We'll now give the floor to Tamara Thomas. As you come from Trinidad and Tobago, Executive Director.
Where are your monuments, your battles, martyrs? Where is your tribal memory, sirs, in that great grey world? The sea has locked them up. The sea is history. First there was the having oil, heavy as chaos, then like a light at the end of a tunnel, the lantern of a caravel, and then was Genesis. Then there were the packed cries, the shit, the moaning. Where are your monuments, your battles? Where are your martyrs? The floor is yours, Tamara, and thank you for sharing Derek Walcott with us.
Thank you so much, Ashok. Thanks for that kind and very creative introduction. Derek Walcott is one who is very dear to my heart, so thank you so much. And thanks for giving us the floor and having us here today. So Ocean Ties is committed to creating a balanced and equitable playing field in the international environmental arena by providing the necessary support and internal organizational structure needed to position developing countries as integral to conversations, decisions, and execution of financing for the conservation and sustainable use of the world's ocean and its role in climate change. Ocean Ties recognizes that often developing countries are disadvantaged within international environmental organizations due to a lack of the finances needed to hire or retain sufficient staff dedicated to the issue, and in particular, ocean issues. In contrast, developing countries in regions where, when given the human, technical, and financial resources needed, are able to coordinate, negotiate at a much higher level, and by extension are then able to contribute substantially to the collective global voice of solutions and direction for ocean conservation and governance. And this was something that we saw during the BBNJ Treaty when the African region was a particular force to be reckoned with. Ocean Ties has started the ratification stream project to support ratification of the BBNJ Treaty in high numbers among developing countries while ensuring the creation of robust national level policy and or legislation aligned with that of the BBNJ Treaty. This is needed to ensure the necessary legal basis upon which a country can negotiate and create legal national and regional positions, especially coming up to the first BBNJ COP. This also involves direct in-country provisional assistance to the accession of the BBNJ Treaty by countries that did not sign and were unable to ratify. Having several developing countries, and in particular African countries, ratify the BBNJ Treaty as part of the 60 that are needed for the BBNJ Treaty to enter into force, with national level legislation and policy aligned with that of the BBNJ Treaty, will not only have an impact of early entry into force of the treaty, but also will ensure the ability of developing countries, and in particular African countries, to negotiate and implement the BBNJ Treaty from a position that is grounded in their own national legislation. Without this, developing countries are at a disadvantage, since even if they ratify in the absence of national level BBNJ-aligned legislation, they will have little to no voice in the first BBNJ COP, where several important decisions have been pushed off to be made. So our recommendation coming up to UNOC Nice is to have several African states join their counterparts in signing the treaty. We know that 12 African states have already signed, and so we encourage more African states to sign the treaty and also to ratify by UNOC. In addition, the second recommendation is to ensure that African countries have the needed resources to also align their national level legislation with that of the BBNJ Treaty so that they could be on equal footing during the first BBNJ COP. Thank you.
I'm not sure your video is ready yet. Maybe we'll put it at the end of this session. Next speaker.
Okay, so maybe we can ask Madame Maimouna Salek to take the floor. We already introduced you, just to highlight that you're President de Biodiversité Maritime, journalist independent, and passionate for l'environment. Not activist, but passionate. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. D'abord, je voudrais exprimer.
First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude and my delight to be here to meet these wonderful personalities, committed and also inspired. And also like to say bravo, congratulations to the organizing team for the royal hospitality, the creativity and originality, as well as the class and also the excellence in all the different logistic details. This is really unique, really quite innovative. I sent an image that I would like to present. I come from Mauritania. For those that do not know Mauritania, it is a country that was seen by Mustafa Dada as the linking point between black and white Africa. And in Mauritania, from a naturalist point of view, is an extraordinary meeting point between two oceans, an Atlantic Ocean and also the Sahara. So Mauritania is seen as the fishing actors as one of the most resourced seas in the world, because it actually nourishes about 150 countries across the world, from sea products, from dried to frozen fish, all forms of fish, and also comes from fish meal and fish flour used in aquaculture. It's also produced from Mauritania. So I would like to invite you to see the wonderful reportage from Asumo from Sudan, who actually calls out some collateral damages from aquaculture for calling them out. I would like to thank Madame Patricia Rika and Hamed, who is not here, Mr. Aliumba, who actually follow through with this. It's also a scientific laboratory. Mauritania is a scientific laboratory thanks to the marine biodiversity. So the second protected marine area, the second largest protected marine area in Africa, and also from 1972, and also part of the UNESCO Heritage Site in 1989. This natural treasure was symbolically offered by the Mauritanian government on the 14th of March 2001 during the campaign for a livable planet. I would like to show you this planet from the Bandaga. This actually recalls harmony between man and nature. And in tradition, you can see this is what is actually used by the Imbragan. These are the autochthons or the indigenous people of Hangada, and this is the method of fishing that is authorized since its creation. So you can actually see these colony of birds that are just there and reproducing and also eating there. And this colony of migratory birds can actually amount to about almost 2,000 or 2 million birds. And so I would like to thank my colleagues, because sometimes the boats actually lift their sails, and sometimes we are obliged to live in harmony. And this respect of this particular fishing practice to generalize this in the Mauritanian zones, and this is how we preserve our future. Thank you, madam. Very few Mauritanians know the Bandaga Park. It is a natural heritage, and that is actually protected by the authorities, and today is really under threat of disappearing due to several factors mentioned today by several stakeholders of this forum. I would like to thank His Excellency, the Permanent Secretary of the Royal Academy, for a strong and committing speech. So for the first time I hear in a policy-related discussion or speech. Thank you. Thank you. It's really good to actually mention about the different regional and international scientific research programs. And Madame Laroche is one of the big experts that have been working in Mauritania for over 20 years. And the biodiversity NGO that I represent here is actually committed to work in a virtual triangle, like the golden triangle of Mr. Ashad, which is in synergy with scientists, media, and civil society organizations to better understand what we need to be able to preserve our natural resources. We are concerned about creating a network of reporters on the sea, so we have several reporters who are well-skilled and also very well-trained on this particular topic. We also have the GOAT Institute that is also actually inspired and also launched a similar program with media and civil society organizations, including Tunisia, Algeria, and Mauritania. I would like to stop here. I would be willing to take your questions eventually. Thank you.
Collaboration across institutions and different stakeholders. So thanks a lot for this very important insight for us. So we are close to conclude the second part. I'm now asking Madame Zainaba Abdallah, President de Section Comore de l'association WOMESA, qui est l'association des femmes de secteur.
For the eastern and southern maritime spaces, Madam.
Are you here?
Yes.
Madam Abdallah is the chairwoman of INRAP. Hello, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the wonderful hospitality. I think the organizers for honoring me and inviting me to take part in this important forum on blue economy. I will not be long, I'll be brief. My presentation is centered on the role of women in protecting oceans, of course. I would like to show you or demonstrate that given that women contribute to sustainable development, the role of women is important with regards to the protection of oceans. Actually, women are implied in the protection of the ecosystems and also with the protection of the environment and also aquaculture, fishing, and also artisanal fishing, and also when it comes to the cleaning of coastal lands. But I can see that we have some constraints with regards to this, and we should try to improve these gaps where we have inequalities, where women do not have the same values as men, whereas it is important to accord them the same values. So we should try to bring in some gender equality. And sometimes we have issues of women's rights being trampled upon. There are women that do a lot to protect the oceans, but their activities are not really considered. There are activities that are generally volunteer activities, so we should add value to these activities. We should value them because women contribute to these, and in this way we will encourage them to contribute more in protecting oceans. We also have the lack of resources and also lack of professionalism. So I think that with regards to the means, we have means for women that actually give themselves up voluntarily to protect the oceans, and these numbers are limited and reduced, and we should improve and also strengthen these so that women can do what they are inspired to do, and we can actually go deeper into this and even give even better results. For recommendations concerning the recommendations that I can make to you, there are a lot of recommendations, but I would be brief because I do not have much time. So I was speaking about awareness creation. We should create awareness, especially amongst women, on the important roles that women can play in protecting our oceans. We should also improve the working conditions of women that actually volunteer to protect oceans. We should strengthen the capacities of women, especially women in rural areas. And also allow women to take up leadership positions. And in this sense, I would like to demonstrate that by giving decision-making positions to women, this can actually contribute a lot because we have some level of solidarity. It actually encourages the women to actually improve on their skills. And it also motivates them to make more contributions. So I think I will stop here, and I thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, I'll be willing to answer your questions. Thank you. Effectively, I think that Mr. Jelly would like to intervene. Thank you. We can now get to Mr. Diallo. Please express yourself. So this is an opportunity for me to thank the different participants as well as the organizers of this wonderful forum. So my country, Guinea, has 300 kilometers of coastal lands. We have the Ministry of Development, Environment and Sustainable Development that has put in place a framework with regards to development through the National Center for Marine Protection. and its relevant stakeholders, we have the mission to protect the marine area against all forms of degradation and pollution. We have the possibility to evaluate all the projects and programs that touch directly on the marine area and the coastal areas. We have the three protected marine areas, the PMAs. So the PMAs that are actually in border with Guinea-Bissau. So when we have the border with Guinea-Bissau, we actually have co-management with these countries and also the deciders in this country. Actually, we are developing the national strategic document on the blue economy. With the support of the UNDP, we've organized some workshops. With regards to recommendations, we are suggesting the organization of workshops on blue economy in the coastal countries in West Africa. We've not yet seen this being done. The capacity building of cadres or leaders within the region and within the sub-region, we should create binding agreements on the preservation of the blue economy in Africa, which should actually strengthen decision-making to better fight against climate change, improve on maritime security, and finally, support coastal states to put in place action plans and blue economy strategies. We should strengthen support and sustainable management of plastics. So to conclude, it is the opportunity for us to thank all the different participants and also the organizers of this forum. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Diallo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diallo.
Kennedy Kwarko, you are the founder of Plastic Punch. To end with punch and panache this last sequence before we go into roundtable number 4 with a lot of speakers. I have it in French, so I'll read in French. Monsieur Richmond Kennedy Kwarko, vous êtes officier de la marine marchande formé au Ghana.
Officer of Trade Commercial Marine with a Masters in Nautical Science, Organization in Marine Science, and Executive Director of Plastic Punch, an NGO using citizen science to inspire a change of mindset and behavior and influence policies with advocacies based on evidence. You are also committed on research on protection of maritime areas, biodiversity, and climate change. So you are the best person to close and end this session.
Much, and thank you for saving the punch for the last. Thanks to the organizers and for putting up this very important event. So Plastic Punch, as you rightly heard, we'll have some slides up soon. So we are an NGO, and we're using citizen science. We believe in the power of community. So this clearly presentation is to demonstrate how the bottom-up approach could be used in combating plastic pollution, and in our case with that punch. Can we have the slides, please? So we put together a few slides with a lot of pictures to demonstrate what we do, but with the background, Ghana has a coastline of 550 kilometers, and rich in fauna and flora. It's home to endangered species of turtles. So our project started as a response to a turtle monitoring session where we went, and out of 6 turtles that we saw on monitoring, 5 of them were dead. We could not scientifically diagnose what the cause of death was, but when we look at the beach, there was a lot of link with plastics, with some of the turtles physically entangled in plastics, like you can see up slide. So with that way, we decided to act, and by acting is by involving the communities. we are very much aware that actions like beach cleanups are not the solution to the plastic pollution menace. However, it serves as a very important way to bring the communities in contact with the problem, as well as collecting relevant data with specific emphasis on inspiring behavioral change with citizen science and on plastic reduction. So you can see after the beach cleanups, what we are interested in is collecting data on who is polluting and what is polluting. The data on who is polluting is shared with the Ghana Statistical Service, and as we speak, Ghana is the only country to be able to report the SDG 14.1 indicators using citizen science data, obviously from the data we have collected. This data set is also shared with the municipalities and to assess with the waste management situations. So a success story will be one of the communities we work called Nungwa, where they have not had any issues of flooding since 2019. This is because when we got there, we found a lot of PET bottles in their data sets. We connected them to recyclers, and then there's been a solution to that. We're also using these data sets to advocate for phasing out problematic plastics in Ghana, as well as the extended producer responsibility regime with the collaborative multi-stakeholder platform Ghana MPAP under the auspices of the GPAP by the World Economic Forum. Beyond coastal communities, we need to raise more awareness, and this is what we use edutainment, or we call edutainment, sending the message in very cool ways. We have the Plastic Punch series. You are invited to check it out on YouTube, where it's also airing on screens in Ghana. We go to the communities, we carry out workshops, different kinds of workshop, composting, upcycling workshop. We have a game for game lovers to raise awareness on the issue, and an app as well to collect data on sea turtles, because we work on sea turtle beaches, and there's the need to protect these sea turtles. So with this data from citizens, we are able to understand where these sea turtles are and how we can increase our conservation efforts. I'll jump straight into some of our innovative solutions that we have at Plastic Punch. So from next week, we are launching what we call the Water ATM. Our data set is telling us that most of the trash we find is linked to the provision of clean drinking water, from the water sachet to the PET bottles. So there is a solution where patrons come with their reusable bottles and then take some water, rather than doing all the things with plastic. We are also, for the last 4 years, been designing alternative packaging solutions with the collaboration with the University of California in San Diego and also ISTOM in France. And just to emphasize that collaborative effort is very important, like my colleague from the OR Foundation said, who do a lot of brand audits on textile waste, which is the second highest pollutant on our coastline. We did evidence-based advocacy in these days, evidence-based advocacy to be able to speak to these issues and threats of climate change and plastic pollution. So this is to show you a small energy of how our beach cleanups look like, and just for you to understand the energy that comes with it. And we have different communities joining us, making it cool and entertaining, at the same time collecting relevant data, which is stopping flooding, influencing policy direction in Ghana. And we believe this is best practice and could be spread around the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And I would want to leave you with this quote or a saying that protecting the ocean makes sense in every language. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Thank you for the Plastic Punch. And since we are right on time and we're even going to take 5 minutes to chill, maybe we'll transition with Samira Draoua, Managing Director and President of Les Abeilles Internationales. So we'll have some honey in our thé à la menthe. So Samira, you're President of Les Abeilles Internationales. You boast a diverse background on new technologies, financing international development. You are orchestrating strategic achievements. You secured a significant 120 million euros contract from the French Navy, and you transformed acquired ships for environment sustainability, committed to circular economy values and blue economy in the maritime sector. You advocate for feminine leadership, that's what you are, and you create pathways for women in a predominantly male industry. Your vision extends beyond business, emphasizing a holistic approach to leadership, sustainability, and protection. Samira, the floor is yours for this honey time.
Mes premiers mots seront bien évidemment.
My first words will, of course, be words to thank you for inviting me. So very rapidly, I am quite happy, and I don't want to see my picture there, but rather the slide of the beast. It will be much nicer than my picture. Could you please get closer to the microphone? Okay, I'll try. So I heard talking a lot about diffuse pollution, about pollution that we don't see, about micro-pollution. I think that it shouldn't mask the massive pollution. The fact that Momokadus is the last black stain in Europe is no miracle. Thank you. I only have one slide anyway, so I'll be quick. I was saying that this disappearance is not a miracle. When it happened, it shocked the populations, and it cost so much that the French state said, we don't want to have an oil spill again after today. As soon as we do, never. The question that we should ask is how to avoid such oil spills. Huge black stain in the sea. The solution we thought of is a solution that I will determine as being simple and genius at the same time. The French state has decided to get equipped with strong collection boats positioned on all facades of the country in order to intervene within 40 minutes in case of difficulty. Let's say that a ship getting into an oil spill is at high risk because they can they can lose the containers, and they will also be a risk for the others. So an obligation to be dragged as soon as possible is a necessity. So the company Les Abeilles took over the contract 45 years ago. Since then, the contract has been renewed. So we work under the authority of National Marine, and it's a private company working under the authority of National Marine or Navy. Since I heard talking about initiatives, and I decided to not talk about the new initiatives, but about this story that dates back to 45 years ago, because it's interesting to go back on initiatives that were taken and evaluate the result today. So what happened in 45 years? In 45 years, we managed to have over 1,000 safeguard missions. We saved 4,000 migrants in the sea, and we avoided 200 oil spills in the region. The question that should be asked, what was the cost of this procedure? Is it a mechanism that is extremely expensive, or is it affordable? Is it impossible to get equipped with this in some countries? The answer was brought by the Navy last year when we introduced new ships. So every single euro invested in a coast surveillance procedure allow you to save 200 euros for every single euro. This is a matrix you should bear in mind. 1 euro allow you to avoid 200 euros when a disaster occurs. So I am quite happy. I'm quite happy to remind us, and it's my role to remind us, that container ships are huge. The traffic is huge today. If we have an oil spill today, it's gonna be quite a problem. So physical and massive protection against massive pollution is easy. So we shouldn't ignore this risk. It's all around us. And of course, I will be happy to develop this issue. I am very passionate about milk, about honey, sorry, but I also passionate about nature. Bravo, Ambassador Olivier. Some words on the transition before talking about blue economy and finance and where we are now. I will not summarize, but I will say that what seems fair in this program you have developed in substance and unlike the meetings where we often have representatives of states, so politicians, basically, explaining that their country, and I'm the first one to do that, the country is doing a lot. We have a lot of representatives of civil society here as well. These representatives are mainly women, which is quite rare to see so many maritime female representatives, and Samira knows it very well because she knows the economic marine clusters where men are dominating the field. And I think that your words, to bounce back on what some of you said, they are very important words, and your commitment is as important, especially in this African continent, which is something new for us. The voices we are listening to today are not present in all international sceneries, and when we heard about the protection topic, deserves to be represented. And namely in UNEP, all what UNEP does is often paying tribute to your efforts, and here we have a UN body that is extremely important here with us. I think that peoples of the ocean, or ocean peoples, and the individuals living from the ocean, next to the ocean, with the ocean, being scientists, fishermen, or simply are neighbors of the ocean, deserve to be listened to in all debates today, even in negotiations. Recently, we launched as you know, a process of a treaty banning the production of single-use plastic. We work on banning illegal financing of fishery through WTO. A treaty on offshoring treaty was signed in New York recently, actually, and discussions are taking place in Jamaica about the exploitation of deep waters. But what is missing really in our passion for the ocean, it's the commitment of the citizens. This is not to insult citizens, but the main NGOs still have a lot of work to do because, in my opinion, they don't fully and completely represent the civil society. They sometimes represent important movements protecting the oceans, but they do not often talk about these places, local places. They talk globally, but not locally. With a large PMAs, which is very important, but a PMA in Polynesia is completely different from a PMA offshore from Spain or from the African coastline. So the expressions or the words local and specific should be there because demography, not geography, demography is always there. Our continent here in Africa will have about 2 billion inhabitants by 2050. The forecasts announce that it will be 4 billion inhabitants that will live in Africa by the end of the century. Amongst the 4 billion inhabitants, 75% of them will live nearby a coastline, within 70 kilometers from the coastline. All of this is just guessed. We are not very precise here. But this is to say that what will be important in a few years, it's this anthropological and cultural relationship with this ocean is important, and it's quite different from what I had when I was a kid in Great Britain and what Amal Azma-Shafain has had in Sfax. We don't have the same relationship with the sea and ocean. And actually here I want to mention, beyond the fascination and the love we can have for the sea, there is also the fear that it represents and the coldness it represents. And our Mediterranean Sea is quite scary when we know today all the people dying crossing the sea in order to get to a more favorable northern continent. So we have to reinvent this. I know that it's not the states that will help you doing so. It's not the representatives of the economic world that will help you, and it will not necessarily be the NGOs that will represent you. But we have to structure this movement that will be very much led by men and women of coastal areas. This is why before shifting to the last roundtable dedicated to economy, actually we have to talk about exploitation, and we add to it sustainable to be polite, but exploitation, we talked about protection, and now we talk about exploitation. I think that we have to speak up and say that the sea doesn't belong to anybody. What we do today, it's the network that belongs to states in exclusive zones, and today the offshore areas had been sort of mentioned in the New York Agreement, but the sea is a person. I love to always protect these kinds of persons like rivers and seas and oceans, and we are always complaining about sea rise level, and it won't be, we won't be talking about 70% of water surface on the planet, but it will be 75 or 80 in 30 or 50 years from now. And we know that Australia is will be ready to host all the inhabitants of the planet if the other planets are covered by water. But it's not a good news, actually, and we have to rethink about the human dimensions, and we should be unforgiving with the people using and exploiting the sea. Of course, we'll talk about maritime transport, representing 75% of the global transport, coastal tourism, renewable energies. All of this is important. All the activities are important. But all of this money deserves, since it's quite favorable and allowing companies to be developed, so it deserves to be considered under the vision of the citizens who will be experiencing dramatic situations like the sea rise level that will affect 1 billion people, that will have the feet and the knees and even their bellies covered by water. The melting of icebergs will represent by 2100 an extra billion people living with water scarcity. So these events and this connection between soft and salty water, between the cryosphere and the hydrosphere, these topics will affect us first. And I will finish by talking about what happened in Derna, Libya, that you mentioned, I think, Catherine, this summer in Libya. Actually, for those who were in Greece, it was my case, or in Turkey, we saw that it was warm, the sea was warm, it was nice to swim, but with the condensation, there was a violent air mass that was transported by wind, and the poor people on the Libyan continent, not expecting to die, have witnessed this storm that arrived a few hours earlier by the weather forecast, and it caused about 10,000 victims. And this event, just like all other events we had this year, all the events that we will experience in a stronger manner the few coming years are caused by climate changes. And now icebergs or ice melting and global warming being or having more impact. Actually, we cause that through our fossil fuel consumption, and our friend yesterday was saying it. Today, high fossil fuel extraction is almost becoming a crime, because it will cause us the 3 or 4 degrees of global warming in the coming century, and it's leading to the deterioration of our environment. As you know, the sea level rise is that dramatic that it will cause disasters and floods and tornadoes and other disasters. And we have definitely to stop attacking the environment. This future seems far away, and we say that it is not serious if we throw something in the sea, not like throwing something in our garden. But it's not the case, because the environment is fragile. In the coming years, it's going to be more rebel. And the relationship between people, humans, and the oceans deserves more considerations and less maritime transport. It will cost a lot, but we will gain a lot at the same time from the environment. So I hope that during this roundtable on maritime economy, you can remind us how important it is. It's responsible, not guilty, but responsible of what the ocean will become in the next decades. Thank you.
Enchaîner.
Pardon, je vais me le mettre debout.
Je me mets debout pour faire une animation. Simplement, merci Monsieur l'Ambassadeur pour ce fondu enchaîné vers quoi on se destine à la fin de cette journée. C'est l'économie bleue, la finance, le transport maritime, la décarbonation, les ports, les transports, les énergies, la sécurité, le juridique et puis la pêche. C'est beaucoup de choses, mais c'est surtout, si vous me permettez, un des 3 special events de l'UNOC. Que l'ami qui est avec nous pour ces 2 jours, qui co-préside le Forum mondial de la mer avec Rim Benzina, va présider. Ce sera le 7 et 8 juin à Monaco, dans le cadre de la conférence des Nations Unies pour l'océan en 2025. Nous avons 17 mois pour préparer ça, et je pense que le Blue Africa Summit est bien sûr dans le roadmap pour la préparation, puisque tous les acteurs, en tout cas d'Afrique, et les acteurs principaux de la conférence des Nations Unies pour l'océan, sauf le Costa Rica, sont présents ici. De quoi va-t-on parler le 7 et le 8 juin? On va parler du financement de l'ODD 14 et puis de cette économie bleue. Il y a 3 objectifs que Pascal Lamy a fixés à ce forum de l'océan, du financement de l'océan et de l'économie bleue. La première chose, c'est déjà faire un mapping des financements qui touchent aux global commitments, aux enjeux mondiaux qui sont, on en a parlé aujourd'hui, les hautes mers, le traité plastique, le 30 par 30, qui va le financer, comment, avec les différents fonds, le GCF pour le climat, le GEF pour l'environnement, et puis tout ce qu'a dit hier le président directeur général de l'AFD, qui a mis en commun les finances, Finance in Common, dans cette coalition des banques multilatérales de développement. Ça, c'est le premier objectif. Le deuxième, c'est dans l'économie bleue, tout ce qui est innovation et qui a besoin d'être scaled up. Et là aussi, on en a parlé hier, aujourd'hui, et on va en parler dans cette dernière table ronde. Et puis, le troisième objectif, c'est bien sûr les démonstrateurs, comme le dette contre nature, le swap, le carbone bleu et le développement de tous ces marchés de carbone bleu qui sont encore niche ici. Tout ça touche tout un écosystème d'acteurs. Je vois Claire Martin de CMA-CGM qui est là depuis 2 jours avec nous. Merci Claire, et tu vas intervenir tout de suite. Et puis portons ensemble avec Pascal Lamy, avec l'ambassadeur Olivier Porte-d'Arvor, les acteurs d'Afrique, les acteurs africains, sur non seulement ce mapping, ces besoins des acteurs de l'économie bleue, mais aussi les solutions technologiques qui pourraient naître et qui vont naître de ces rencontres dans le cadre du Blue Africa Summit. Voilà. Je propose à Fedra de faire un appel de ceux qui sont présents pour qu'on puisse, avant de lancer le direct, je crois, RIM, avec le ministre Jean-Paul Adam, de savoir déjà qui est parmi nous pour qu'on ait bien au clair la constitution de cette table. Merci.
Merci Ashok, thanks for your introduction and insights. But we finally got the list, and we have Mr. Jean-Paul Adam on Zoom. Mr. Jean-Paul, can you hear us? Mr. Adam is the former Minister of Finance and Foreign Affairs, the Seychelles, Director of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And it seems that he's a swimmer and politician that is personally committed to the fight for climate and for the ocean. Please, Mr. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I hope everyone can hear me.
Very well, please.
Okay. So first of all, I think financing and investment in terms of the blue economy is absolutely critical for the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also for the opportunities to address climate resilience in a meaningful way. We need to remember that first and foremost, the ocean is one of the biggest contributors towards the absorption of greenhouse gases, and as being one of the means by which we can adapt and deliver resilience to climate change. So investment in ocean-related development needs to move from a prospect where it is currently very extractive and focus on the extraction of resources to one where we look at it as being regenerative with the capacity to deliver resources in the longer term, foremost benefiting those who are the guardians of that resource, who are living on the coasts and that are making use of these resources every day, but then linking that as well to economy-wide opportunities for blue growth. I would like to emphasize a little bit some of the opportunities for financing, both perhaps traditional levels of financing and innovative approaches. But I would like to underline that first and foremost, effective financing strategies and the ability to leverage more finance is anchored on a very sound policies. Too often, countries are looking at the ocean as an afterthought and not actually looking at it in the context of their development and the longer term. To put this in contrast, many African countries, for example, they may have land use plans where they have designated what different parts of their territory will be used for, but they may not have done the same for their ocean. And so marine spatial plans are critical. There has to be a very clear planning in terms of the use of the maritime resources. Secondly, the regulations on how that space is managed is very important, and this should be completely transparent and available to both local citizens and potential partners from overseas. And thirdly, it is important to have a financing strategy. So different countries with different levels of development have access to different resources. And this may include concessional resources from multilateral development banks, but it also means looking at domestic resources and particularly focusing on how to, for example, empower the local private sector, and looking as well at the way in which the private sector can invest sustainably and predictably in the blue economy over the long term, and the development as well of small and medium enterprises around the development of the blue economy. So moving into the specific mobilization of some of these resources and some of the ways in which it can be done, firstly is to recognize how much the ocean actually already contributes to growth, and which often goes unseen. And therefore, very little investment is done towards the ocean itself. But if we understand, for example, to what extent the ocean is actually generating revenue, we are more likely to therefore be able to protect it. If I can go to the experience from my own country, being from Seychelles, when we implemented a marine spatial plan, which then led to also creation of one of the largest marine protected areas in the world of over 400,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to 3 times the size of Germany. We did so, of course, because we believe in the principle of conservation and the principle of climate resilience. But we did it also because it was in our economic interests. We've recognized that our tourism sector is essentially a marine tourism product. And the fact that we have pristine beaches and that we have corals that divers and snorkelers coming to our country to enjoy is one of the key draws. And we need to find ways to make sure to protect it in the longer term. And we did modeling in terms of how investing more in protection of these resources would, what that would mean in terms of the future opportunities for growth. And we also looked at what are the areas in which jobs could be created. For example, getting more value from the fisheries economy, moving towards more value addition, and actually earning more from the same product by increasing the opportunities for value addition. So the priorities that we had in terms of financing were mobilizing resources for the protected areas, but also mobilizing resources that could be then rechanneled into financing for the local domestic private sector. And what that meant in practice, and Seychelles is a country which is now classified as a high-income economy, does not have access to large-scale concessionary funding and grants from the international institutions because of its GDP per capita. So we had to find innovations. And one of the first innovations was to convert part of our debt for the purposes of ocean conservation. And we worked with partners such as the Nature Conservancy to be able to purchase from the Paris Club of Creditors our existing debt, which had an existing interest rate of about 7%. And we refinanced it with the support of the Nature Conservancy, but also other philanthropic partners at an interest rate which was below 3%. So those saving interests were significant. And in addition, we had created an endowment fund with the support from philanthropy, which meant that we are continuing to generate resources for marine protection, linked as well to the annual savings that we are making on the repayment of the debt. And these sums together are committed towards the support of the marine protected areas in Seychelles, which were established as part of this debt swap. So that debt swap operation has, while not necessarily created a large amount of financing, it has created a very predictable amount of financing. And because it is also linked to an endowment fund, it is creating funding which will last in perpetuity, even once the actual debt has been repaid. The advantage from a fiscal policy perspective for the government was that we also moved this debt from external debt to domestic debt, which was repayable, therefore, in local currency, and removed the risk of currency fluctuations associated with paying the previous debt in US dollars. Subsequently to the creation of these marine protected areas and this financing deal, we also wanted to look at ways in which we could ensure the participation of local fisheries entrepreneurs and that they would not be unduly affected by the marine protected areas. And we therefore, the next phase of our financing strategy was to look at the international capital markets, and we issued a blue bond. And a blue bond essentially was to raise financing to be invested in support of the blue economy strategy, but in particular with financing that would be on lent to local entrepreneurs for investing in the value chain of fisheries. And this meant, for example, many of these entrepreneurs invested in setting up fish processing plants, which created more competition in that space and allow more value addition types of products to be done outside of the basic value addition. And it also therefore created a stronger local component of this sector, which previously was dominated by foreign direct investors. The interesting part of that is also to facilitate further innovations in the sector. There are companies that have been looking at extracting omega-3 oils, for example, from fish heads for export. Other companies have contributed towards the circular economy by using the waste products from fish processing for pet food. And there is also another very
please, Minister,
entrepreneur.
Please, Ministry, we have 1 minute left. Please, if you could go through the conclusion. Thanks.
Which, for example, has been looking at developing sustainable fertilizer from seaweed. So we've created those two flows of domestic financing, and where I think there are opportunities going forward for Seychelles, but also for other countries, would be about the development of carbon credit markets associated with the ocean. So, for example, a big aspect of climate resilience in the ocean would be the rehabilitation of mangroves. And mangroves are sequestering carbon dioxide at 2 to 3 times more, a higher rate than tropical rainforest. And there is a huge opportunity there to generate financing through these types of carbon credits, using the opportunity for trading on international markets in carbon credits and associated with the protection of critical oceanic resources and rehabilitation of mangroves. And the final point that I would make is the need for this to be not only anchored in national policies, but to be framed through regional initiatives. And in Africa, this is very much being situated within the Great Blue Wall Initiative in the Western Indian Ocean, where countries have committed to create these marine protected areas which are interconnected, but associating that as well with the delivery of livelihoods, again, supporting local fishing communities, looking at ecotourism opportunities, and why not generating carbon credits as an additional export product for more financing. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to share some of these ideas, and happy to further clarify as needed.
Bravo, merci, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
The WEF, 3 minutes, if I may. Alfredo Giron, Head of Ocean at the World Economic Forum. Thanks to you, we organized yesterday a kind of Davos for the ocean on stage. Alfredo, since we have these 5 topics in this roundtable, how do you cope with the difference between blue economy and finance, and how do you create bridges at the WEF, because you're at the heart of economy and finance? Alfredo Giron.
Thank you so much, Ashok, and I'll keep it to 3 minutes. Let me start the timer here. I want to talk about 3 things in particular. The first one is bringing everyone to the table so that we identify common needs and that we also identify local problems and align the types of investments that we want to put together. The second one is on fostering entrepreneurship and innovation, just as we heard right now. And the third one is on how do we enable larger industry transitions into sustainable practices that are compatible with the blue economy? So just to give a little bit more content onto this, I think that the first thing that is really important to recognize is that the blue economy is a concept that we think about at a very regional, global level, but in the end, it affects communities. And I think that we need to think about this very seriously, and we need to really think, who do we bring to the table that can surface those needs, and how do we identify the commonalities of those problems that can be addressed at a slightly larger scale. And this is where I will go then into the issues of entrepreneurship and innovation. The second thing is, how do we understand, and again the minister was mentioning this, that the ocean is not only an ocean problem, it is central to the economy. Most of the global maritime transportation happens through the ocean. A lot of the food comes from the ocean. Lots of jobs depend on the ocean. A lot of the coastal safety mechanisms depend on the ocean. So how do we think of the ocean not only as that isolated issue, but central to the economic system? And I think this is an issue of narrative. And I invite this forum especially to put it at the front of what Africa is trying to do on that narrative, and how do we recognize the important role of the ocean in the whole economy. The third thing is, how do we start thinking about the different types of investments? We always think first and foremost of government and development finance to address some of these challenges. But what about the other sources that we have? We also have philanthropic funding. We also have business funding. And it doesn't mean that the business funding has to become philanthropic money. It means that funding can be used to develop sustainable practices that eventually result on impacts on the ground. So this takes me to the second point, which is the point on entrepreneurship and innovation. First of all, I think we have seen a lot of excitement, especially in Africa, around entrepreneurship from the younger generation. And I think this is extremely exciting for two reasons. The first one is the passion, the second one is the energy, and the last one is that this new generation of entrepreneurs is also bringing in the expertise that is married between the environmental concerns and the development of business models. So I think that is our responsibility to continue fostering that, both from a government perspective, but also from the intergovernmental and the civil society perspective. So just to give you two examples, of course we have this work that Barca talked about today, the Great Blue Wall work, but I also learned yesterday during dinner that the European Commission has this Ocean Innovation Africa summit that they hosted this year and that they continue to intend to host. I think this is an excellent opportunity just to really think about the role of governments, but the role of others in fostering that. And just to finalize, to keep as close as possible to my 3 minutes, I think it is important to think about how do we enable larger industry transitions to sustainable practices. So let's not forget that, and this comes from a conversation yesterday as well, that sustainability officers in companies often have one of the hardest jobs in the world. Why? Because at the same time they are driven by passion and they want to do things right, while they are navigating moving targets, let's face that, but also contradictions. When you start thinking about climate targets versus biodiversity targets, sometimes it's not that they don't marry, it's that they are contradictory with each other. And I think this is something that we need to recognize, and we need to start thinking about how do we support the private sector in disentangling all of this and having a clear next steps. So with that, let me finish by saying that the last thing that we need to do in order to deploy finance that is effective regardless of where it comes from is to develop the metrics that allow us to think about, is this having the impact that we intended to have, particularly as we look towards the development of a sustainable blue economy. So with that, thank you so much, Ashok. I hope I didn't go too much over my 3 minutes, and looking forward to more conversations.
Fantastic, Alfredo. We'll go back to the Zoom and speak, remaining in blue economy, about mangroves. If whoever is connected right now, we are a bit confused here.
Otherwise, we can go through
Vas-y.
Okay. So while we wait for the remote participant, I will ask to Mr. Ivy Ernestindo if he's here to take the floor as president of the Pan-African Youth Organization for the Blue Economy and expert in blue economy.
After Mr. Jombe.
Oh, okay.
Because Mr. Jombe is here.
Yeah. So, if you don't mind, please, I will ask Mr. Jombe to take the floor, open the mic, and please tell us about your insightful suggestion and vision. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Huh? So my name is Abu Jumbe, and I'm zooming straight from Zanzibar, Tanzania. And I very much like to discuss about ocean financing because it's both fascinating and then complicated. It challenges us to unlock, develop, and advance innovative pathways that support not only our economic systems, but enhance the livelihoods of millions of our people right here in the Western Indian Ocean region part of Africa. So engaging financing pathways for our respective national and regional development processes has already mobilized us in the Western Indian Ocean to build strong partnerships with, for example, Europe and in the context of the Indo-Pacific partnerships on ocean governance that opens a new or more wider window of multilateral cooperation, collaboration, synergies, complementarities, and partnerships in emerging blue financing opportunities in our seascapes. So post-COVID-19 blue recovery has given us a golden opportunity to promote our voice together as Africa, Europe, and Indo-Pacific in addressing gaps that hinder us from achieving a universal blue financing guidelines and guardrails, which are very key for climate, biodiversity, and blue economy development in our ocean domains. So we strongly believe that a universal blue financing architecture under, for example, Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy, or even under the Lomé Charter on Maritime Safety and Security, will help us share our needs, priorities, and development of potential bankable projects and programs while safeguarding our maritime resources. So these universal safeguards and guardrails will improve our focus on financing for community empowerment here in Africa, investing in value chain development, embracing social inclusion, in blue economy, and in climate and environmental conservation. In Tanzania and in Zanzibar in particular, apart from the emerging blue financing programs coming under the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, or European Union, and other bilateral partners, we have been already implementing blue financing under both IMF and World Bank post-COVID-19 blue recovery programs towards empowering our small-scale fishermen communities, seaweed communities, and other mariculture aqua farmers. We've been embracing innovation in value addition. We have engaged in sustainable deep-sea fishing mechanisms. We have been working hard to transform certification of our quality marine products for larger export goals, application of technology, infrastructure, and know-how in addressing post-harvest losses of our maritime or marine products, improve fishery market services, trade, but even promoting microcredit support, sustainable loans, and financial investments for the communities. But we have not forgotten about mainstreaming marine spatial planning, MPA protection, critical habitat, mangroves, for example, protection, but also in the context of addressing ocean climate dialogue. So what are the lessons learned so far post-COVID-19? So we realized that we need to work much harder to do the following. Number one, enhancing more blue capital through coastal and marine ecotourism services, especially here in Zanzibar. We have to engage on greening our maritime trade services and infrastructure goals. We have to continue to engage on renewable energy development, but also develop or support community systems in know-how, capacity, innovation, tools, credit support, and access to markets. But also we have to tackle land-based sources of waste pollution, tackling marine litter, microplastics. All of these need investments and very robust blue financing mechanisms that also should be interlinked with climate adaptation and post COP26 commitments on climate and ocean and heading towards COP28 in Dubai next month. So before I end, let me underscore that we need to ensure a more wider participatory process, continental process in blue financing. We need to increase community buy-in to develop more levels of ownership so people can feel that they are part and parcel of the blue economy. In capacity building and education on long-term benefits, we need to invest very much on that. And we need to engage with our local and regional banking facilities, for example, here in Tanzania, in the context of supporting us addressing more local interventions and solutions, but also linking upstream and downstream interventions, as in waste management, marine litter, microplastics, and even in engaging on multilateral, regional, and global dialogue, but also develop blue economy, ocean financing, sharing models, like what Minister J.P. Adams said before, what can we learn from Seychelles and what Seychelles can learn from the other sort of parts of the world in terms of improving and sharing blue financing models. So thank you so much from Zanzibar, Tanzania.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Jambi, Secretary Principal from the Ministry of the Blue Economy and Fishery in Zanzibar and the Republic of Tanzania. It has been great to listen, to learn from your wide experience and all the activities that you have ongoing at local level. This is very important to be shared across all the participants here to really build together this common vision towards the next step for Africa and beyond. Thanks again, thanks a lot. And we can now move to Mr. Tindo, President of the Pan-African Youth Organization for the Blue Economy. So, Mr. Tindo, please, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup pour cette opportunité que vous me donnez.
So I think that the initiatives we've taken with regards to the blue economy should be guided by inclusion and action. With regards to inclusion, several speakers have insisted on the taking into consideration women, the role of women in the blue economy, but my intervention will be asked a lot more on the taking into consideration the youth, because the youth are the future of the continent and they are the workforce. Because by 2050, a quarter of the world's population will be in Africa. And the African population will be essentially young. The blue African economy would actually be of benefit to the youth of Africa. We should know, we see the drama that we see on the Mediterranean Sea, where thousands of youth actually travel or try to travel sort of clandestinely to actually reach an imaginary El Dorado. So I think that it is important to engage the youth when it comes to development policies with regards to blue economy. So for all the agenda should be geared towards the valorization of opportunities in Africa and also creating opportunities, more opportunities in Africa, and also better perspectives for Africans on the continent so they can stay and work towards the development of the continent through sustainable economy. So I'd like to give a few recommendations. For me, African countries must both nationally and regionally carry out research on sustainable blue economy. It's really important to actually carry out research work to try to do intersectorial arbitrage to see in the sectors where we can have the investment. So the institutions like the African Development Bank, the FAO, and also the government actually finance or sponsor studies in some countries and also in some regions to have the right tools and the right orientations. We should have awareness campaigns amongst the youth in Africa to change their mentalities so that these youth can have better knowledge of the ocean to avoid them taking unnecessary risk. We should invest in training and also skills development to allow youth to be able to take up careers that are linked to the ocean. So we should also carry our career fairs with regards to blue economy. We should have diversification of these careers. I would like to conclude in announcing that 2024, the Otogo organization will organize the first youth forum on blue economy under the auspices of the president, His Excellency Mr. Faure Yasimbe, the president of Togo. This is going to bring together different stakeholders, government actors, national and regional institutions, youth from all over Africa, and this private sector, and all the stakeholders. We do not have a lot of time, so I would like to give the discussions to those who would like to ask me further questions later on. So I thank you. I'll stop here for now. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to session 2 of this panel discussion, but allow me to complete this in saying that the format of the forum of this on this blue economy and finance, there's an entire dimension that we're going to treat. Talk about private equity and startups. It's something we spoke about over 2 days, the different subventions, especially with regards to illegal fishing, and also an increase in carbon or plastic pollution, and also the decarbonization or carbon capture. And also we have blue carbon, and also here represented by Tanzania. Thank you, Senegal, for these 2 days. So these are the 4 priorities that the forum would like to actually emphasize on until we go to UNOC. So if you, let's go to the section on financing of the oceans. We have several stakeholders that are really important, and some of them are here. I will give the floor to Madam Stephanie Eichmann, who is the General Secretary of the Global French Fund. Stephanie, if you would allow me, I'm going to read in English because this actually facilitates the work of the translators.
And sustainable development, particularly in agriculture and energy, with a background in the French Ministry of Economy. Le DG Trésor est votre tutelle principale. Organizing environmental preservation and development goals in innovative ways. And we owe you, Stephanie, this equation that we distributed or shared yesterday, that protection and governance equals resilience. Stéphanie, sur le financement, la parole est...
With regards to financing, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. This gives me the opportunity to share in this debate and also present the French Foundation for the Environment. So I would like to thank the organizers for this first edition of the Blue Africa Summit. It's a formidable event, well organized, but we all participate in an important event. And this is a Pan-African event, and it's quite impressive and quite enriching. So the French Environmental Finance Fund you normally are going to have some slides. So those that do not know it, it is a public fund created by the French state in 2014, parallelly with the Global Environmental Facility. So we are really follow the GEF approach, but with some particularities, because we are quite smaller. We finance innovative projects for the environment and also for the development of projects in developing countries with a focus on innovation and on Africa, because more than 2/3 of our activities are carried out in Africa. The objective is not to finance innovation for innovation's sake. It is to actually finance projects that come up with solutions. And so these solutions on which we can capitalize on for the future from this project. So oceans represent an important subject for us. Oceans, and I can say largely the coastal belts are important because we have a good quantity of people across the world that live in coastal cities. So we're talking about the ecosystem. Today we have about $40 million in projects with regards to in financing of about 25 projects. So we have actions on these coastal and marine ecosystems. I've summarized them into 4 types of activities. First of all, develop protected marine areas, PMAs. So we've spoken about communities. Thanks to our representatives from Senegal, you know that the support for the protected marine areas in West Africa, and we drew experiences from these particular aspects. And so we have the management of protected marine areas. So we have the that we've spoken about these particular aspects. Second area, resilience, social and also environmental resilience of coastal areas, and also with innovative and sustainable solutions. We have several projects with regards to mangrove restoration, and we have an online francophone platform, but we also have an anglophone platform of researchers and also practitioners from the world over to talk about the specificities of the mangrove restoration. Third point, oceans governance and also high seas governance. So we have a first project financed with about 10 years ago with the definition of protected zones in the high seas and also in places like the Indian Oceans. We also talk about other zones outside of Africa. But also with Africa, we have the FTAHA Foundation. We are defining the zones that can be included in the protected marine areas. So we have the areas with high carbon capture levels. So we're talking about pollution. We've spoken about ocean pollution, micro, macro, and also plastic pollutions, and also Patricia Rica also spoke about acoustic pollution. We're trying to treat all these different pollution sources. So especially with the plastics, we have Smaido, which is a startup week to transform plastics into fuel, and also we also looking at changing the practices of fisher folks to actually come back to the classical ways of fishing. And so we have the amateurs of France on the pollution of the Indian Ocean. So there are several things to put in perspective, and we are willing to listen to you to see the innovative projects that you're going to present. And if you need funds, please do not hesitate to come talk to me. So you're going to see on the screen. So these are particular information on the aquatic ecosystem. So you need information, you need a brochure. We have a brochure that actually explains everything quickly in a few pages. So thank you. Thank you for this framework presentation. Maybe we get to Diatike, who is on the Zoom application with us, so that we can talk about financing before we come back to Tangier. Diakite, the floor is yours. If you can hear us, you're going to appear on the screen, I can imagine. Hello? If you can present yourself. Hello? I am Sekou Amadou Diakite, Renard said NGO coordinator. I'm in Guinea. Guinea-Conakry. I'm a climate change expert. Today, I will briefly talk about what we do under the environmental protection subject. So we do the nature conservation, and in this framework, we have cooperation with the Ministry of Environment, and they develop sustainable development in Guinea. And that is why, since 2019 up until today, we intervene on coastal areas and also continental areas. So you should understand. So we can hear you now. Diakite, please go ahead. So I was saying that for those that know about Guinea, the Bulky region, which is a mining region, is actually facing a lot of challenges with regards to environmental protection. So that is why we developed at the Bofa province, where we have a lot of mining companies. And when these companies develop infrastructure, port infrastructure, and the second thing, we have tropical activities in the communities. We have traditional saliculture in the environment, and we have the artisanal fisheries. So we have women for smoking fish using mangroves. So all of these have allowed us to actually have activities to restore the mangroves. So in Bufa and also Bukupu, for those that know Guinea. So we've considered that we should think of conservation and also economic activity. That is why we've developed restoration activities with the mangrove. And besides these activities, we should actually interest the communities, because beside the mangrove restoration, we should develop other activities and other alternatives, and the creation of other fruits and also trees like pear, orange trees. We should organize in the terrestrial parts in order for these communities to continue benefiting from these. And so the other thing is that besides the port cities of Simandu, because Guinea actually has the biggest iron ore mining firm, Simandu. Beside it, we have the island where we've developed the activities, because we have the different impact of these activities of port installations in this particular island called Tabak, in this mangrove, in this area or in this community. So we should also take into consideration the different issues in Bofa. And today, all these activities that we've imagined with the Ministry of Environment is to create other alternatives. That is why we accompanied the we have accompanied them, and the embassy of France is actually supporting us, because we are currently putting in place the territorial projects like regional parks, and to create a development community and also a resilient community where we can actually conserve the nature and also economic development of the territory. So we are in the piloting phase. So this year we have developed the following activities, like the restoration of the digital area. So we have about with the local aspects, with the territories, and also we've developed the activities because it is a zone where the state would like to create a national park. So we should also do scientific research with the Guinea Pasteur Institute. We should develop activities. So I think that with ecotourism too, so I think that the mining document should be beneficial for the community. That is why the Federation is actually finalizing this study to develop this activity. Thank you. And so we have microfinancing that can be found on the website that will continue to actually accompany this. That is penalizing the activities we're carrying out. Thank you. Diakite, I don't know if you can hear us, but we're going to continue with our other speakers. Thank you for everything you're doing, and thank you for connecting and being with us. Thank you, Diakite.
Ahmed Lafhi, Directeur Fonds fiduciaire du Banque d'Arguin et de la biodiversité côtière et maritime Mauritania. So I will ask Mr. Lafgin to take the floor, please, Mr. and to talk about the insightful direction
3 minutes.
In 3 minutes. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Royal Academy of Morocco and the perpetual Secretary of the Royal Academy for organizing this event, which gives us the opportunity to speak of our in-country experience and share the information from the others. Our foundation Trust Fund aims to mobilize sustainable resources to preserve the ecosystems in Mauritania. It enjoys a capital of $40 million and focuses on activities in national parks as well as the conservation of a species threatened of extinction, the Mediterranean faucon, which we share with both Morocco and other countries in the Mediterranean basin. Subsidies initially were modest, with 64,000 euros in 2015, and we are now at 850,000 euros. We hope to be able to mobilize further financing to ensure the conservation of these protected marine areas, PMAs, and we are looking at new PMAs at sea. Ecosystems, coastal ecosystems are very productive, and we have financed a study which was launched in 2018 in our national park, which represented 0.5% of the national territory, and shows that this minuscule territory contributes about 5% to national gross product, domestic gross product. Gross domestic product, sorry. Of course, through fisheries, but also through the sequestration of carbon, and contains about 1,000 kilometer of marine grass, which and we are looking at a product to valorize this blue carbon and extract financing that would better contribute to the local communities as well as the wider blue economy. Our trust fund also operates across Africa through 19 trust funds, 6 focusing solely on marine and coastal environments, such as Metron, which finances activities in Morocco and Tunisia, Guinea-Bissau, Madagascar, Mozambique. These foundations play a crucial role as these allow to mobilize financing, but also ensure the sustainability and the forecasting of financing on the long term. So to my mind, it is a crucial vector of finance mobilization for conservation. And as a final point, I would like to highlight how important it is to involve civil society in the protection of coastal resources, which are subject to much interest by the private sector. But I think we also need to involve the private sector in, for lack of a better word, valorization or maybe exploitation of natural resources, but to ensure a positive impact for the countries. Our countries are, of course, confronted to serious developmental issues, but I think we need to bring the private sector, on board in the preservation of our marine ecosystems. Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you for being so concise. Mr. Adil Shiki, Director of Industry, Commerce and Agriculture in Morocco and Tunisia, if you are online. He's on the floor.
EBRD is obviously very happy to be here, to be represented. Talking about a very important theme, given that we, as a development institution with activities ranging from Central Asia, Eastern Europe, going down to North Africa, Southeast Mediterranean, and now actually as part of my new responsibilities, 6 countries in Africa. Blue economy is obviously something that is very interesting for us and quite strategic ever since actually in the last few years, and in 2020 when we signed the UN Sustainable Blue Economy Finance Principles, as well as we joined the Clean Oceans Initiative alongside a bunch of other IFIs and development banks. And as some of you probably know, clearly sustainability is always and resilience is always at the heart of everything that we do as an institution. So from sustainable aquaculture to decarbonized maritime transport to PPPs and coastal infrastructure, these are all sectors and subsectors that are of great interest to us and which actually need hundreds and hundreds of billions to actually be developed. So we feel that as an IFI and as a multilateral, we need to think together and in partnership to try to make it happen first, number one, but also to try to make these projects investable and trying to, by translating basically recovery of let's say marine ecosystems and the blue economy in general into actually something that speaks to banks and something that becomes bankable from a financial perspective. We also need to make sure that we, as we've done with other sectors and subsectors, that we innovate and develop new financial instruments such as debt to nature swaps, sustainability linked bonds, and others that incorporate basically grants as well as financial assistance to normal finance, basically blended finance, which is the name of the game, which has worked in other sectors, and clearly it's something that we need to make sure we put it in place, and we IFIs are the best placed. We've done it and we know we can do more of it. Second point is beyond just pure financing, we need to work with policymakers in the different countries that are impacted to basically help set national targets for ecosystem protection and recovery. It always helps. It always helps when operators and players and countries feel that they have to follow and meet certain objectives. That way, it facilitates the implementation of projects and the financeability of these projects. And then the third point that I think is very important is basically leveraging of skills and experiences from previous experiences. I'm just going to give you one example that has worked extremely well for us. Since 2001, we hosted the Northern Dimension Environmental Partnership, which basically supported wastewater treatment and solid waste management to help reverse the environmental degradation in the Gulf of Finland and the Baltic Sea. And this has led to incredible results, whereby, as confirmed by the Helsinki Convention, basically, we managed to, or this initiative managed to reduce phosphorus and nitrogen levels in the Gulf of Finland by 60% and 20%, respectively. So, trying to, getting inspired by this success, we're actually working right now on basically with our partners from the UOM, the Union for la Méditerranée, EIB, and other countries in the region, Spain, Sweden, France, and others, to support, again, blue economy investments in the region, in the Mediterranean, through the Blue Med partnership, which is actually something that is being set up as we speak and should be operational starting from 2024 to tackle coastal resilience, wastewater treatment, offshore renewable production, and so on and so forth. And just as a last point, our latest, let's say, milestone in this area is the Cartagena call for action, which EBRD was a signatory back in this September. Which, again, the idea is, given the consequences of everything that we're seeing, global warming, environmental degradation, and so on and so forth, public development banks, and EBRD is one of them, are endeavoring to work together on a blue finance roadmap to identify financing gaps and realistic funding opportunities. Again, just trying to use what we've done in the past in other sectors, blended finance, a lot of technical assistance, and again, trying to meet objectives that are set by policymakers. I hope I've been useful, and I thank you very much for your time.
Magnifique. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Shiki. I forgot to say that you are at the bird.
EBRD.
At the EBRD, who has been has made a significant contribution to the upcoming UN conference on oceans, and thank you for acting as a representative for Morocco and Tunisia.
À nos débats, présenter.
We would like to take part in our debate. He will tell us what they do. Then we start talking about financing on ports, transports, and energies. Paul, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ashok.
Here with all of you. Let me say a few words about the World Ocean Council. For those of you who are not familiar, the World Ocean Council is the only private sector organization focused on ocean, business and investment, and the sustainable blue economy. So we bring together representatives, leadership companies from all of the ocean sectors: shipping, fishing, energy, ports, aquaculture, tourism, cruise tourism, submarine cable, all of the sectors that you can think of that operate in, on, or around the ocean and depend on the ocean space and its resources come together through the World Ocean Council as a private sector built and led organization working around the world. we bring those companies together along with innovators, SMEs, as well as the investment community in that global effort that's been ongoing for over 15 years and is increasingly recognized by a growing number of UN agencies and other international intergovernmental organizations. We've recently signed an MOU with the Union for the Mediterranean and continue to also develop our activities in Africa. And I would encourage, and we are here to assist the Africa Blue Summit with identifying and engaging representatives of the private sector from all of those different ocean industry sectors that I mentioned, as well as the investment and innovation community, especially to focus on bringing here and connecting with the Blue Africa Summit, the companies that operate in and are from Africa. And so that's an offer to work with all of you and with the organizers as we move forward together. One of the ways that we're already implementing that kind of opportunity is in a recently launched effort to bring together the ocean business and investment community of East Africa and the Western Indian Ocean. So we work also not only at a global scale, but also at a regional scale. So East Africa, the Mediterranean, we have now our headquarters for the global headquarters for the World Ocean Council is in Barcelona. We have a major focus to bring together the industry, business industry, investment, innovation community of the ocean of the Mediterranean, and are also working on that in other regions. Let me just close by mentioning a few of the specific ways in which we convene the global ocean business and investment community. The Sustainable Ocean Summit, since 2010, continues to be the only regular gathering of the global business and investment community, developed again by and for the private sector. To this, we've added since 2020 the Global Blue Finance Summit, the gathering of the ocean business, investment and finance community. We're working to adapt those events to convene at a regional scale. So look in the future to an Africa Sustainable Ocean Summit, bringing together the business community and the investment community, a Blue Finance Summit for Africa coming in the future, and would be happy to, of course, integrate and link those two, as I was saying earlier, the Blue Africa Summit. The opportunities here are important. I would really emphasize just one example, two examples. One is regeneration. We heard from some of the earlier speakers regarding the mission starfish and the focus on regeneration. There are a growing number of companies that are focused on marine ecosystem regeneration. And so an example of the way we work, we bring together and create a platform for those marine ecosystem regeneration and restoration companies to work together, share best practices, and advance the role of the private sector in restoring and regenerating marine ecosystems. A second example, and I'll finish with this, is the importance, as we've heard, of carbon sequestration in the marine environment. And we've heard how important coastal ecosystems are, and something I've personally worked on over the years with the mangrove and seagrass beds and salt marshes being up to 10 times more valuable in carbon sequestration than the terrestrial opportunities. If you remember nothing else from my comments, please remember this: the ocean is our only gigaton scale opportunity for sequestering carbon. We would, as you all hopefully know, already be cooked if it wasn't for the ocean and its role in have been absorbing heat and CO2. There are a growing group of companies, and they come together in a working group that the World Ocean Council organizes, a growing group of companies that are developing and deploying the technologies and through enterprises now, the technologies to enhance the opportunity, the ability of the ocean to sequester carbon at scales that no other nature-based system can provide. And so this is an incredibly important opportunity for the coastal countries of Africa, and especially also the island countries of East Africa and the Western Indian Ocean, to lead the way in economic opportunities and carbon sequestration to address climate change. So thank you for your time, and we're here to help bring the private sector into the Blue Africa Summit moving forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Paul Altus. So we are moving forward and moving far, deep diving into ports, transports, and energies. Who else than Claire Martin, who's the Vice President Sustainability of CMA-CGM Group, who deals with biodiversity, but also with decarbonation and also new energies. Claire, take all your time because you're the only one who's going to speak about these huge issues. Thank you, Claire.
Merci beaucoup, Ashok.
Very much, Ashok. Thank you first to Morocco for the invitation. Thank you to Blue Season for this magnificent organization. Thank you for having thought about inviting a representative of maritime transport for containers and multimodal logistics. As was saying Olivier Pauvre-Davor, he said 95% of manufactured goods goes through ships and ship containers. Actually, it's 80%. 80% of this global trade is transported by the sea. So it's important, it's in the heart of the economy, and this is why I'm very happy today to be here to represent CMA-CGM, which is one of the 3 global leaders of this industry. The other reason is that it's a group in which we have the passion for ocean, because the majority of our activities are taking place on global seas. It's also a company that is present in most African countries. We are present in 55 African countries and in 82 African ports, and we have 53 maritime routes linked to the African continent directly. Although it's a French company, very much attached to Europe, it is also very much attached to Africa. And being in this forum, being in this will of cooperation between Europe and Africa, with this common destiny that we share, it's also that of a company like CGM. So rapidly, I'll have a couple of messages to convey here. First, that of greeting this initiative of cooperation, because we believe a lot in the importance of cooperation in order to face the challenges, the huge challenges facing us, those of decarbonating the industry of maritime transport. As you know, transport as a whole represents 25% of the gas emissions. So decarbonating this industry is a key solution if we want to succeed in maintaining and respecting the Paris Agreement. So CMA-CGM is very much committed for the climate, but also for biodiversity. You see, in a company like ours, explaining that we will invest, and actually 14 billion euros invested to renew the ship fleet with less carbon ships in 10 years is huge. Besides, this can be understood by people. Our bosses, our employees understand this. But investing in projects on biodiversity and explain to what extent biodiversity and oceans that we love so much are carbon sequestration tools, this is more complicated to explain, and it's more complicated to include this in the thought, in the new structure of any representatives of the maritime industry. But I wanted that we try to include both aspects in our strategy, decarbonating and at the same time restoring and decarbonating biodiversity. Regarding decarbonating, there is a topic we didn't mention much, and I think that Africa has a potential and development opportunities for renewable energies that is huge. Africa has sun, Africa has wind. I saw it here in Morocco with our teams. So there is plenty of potential. But to decarbonate transport, we will need to develop the production near ports to develop solutions of green hydrogen, for instance, the hydrogen that is an essential element of all energies for all transport. So I think that there is really here an opportunity of cooperation, because there is know-how around the table that might be deployed here and there. I want to bring a precision. We talked a lot about plastic pollution, and I'd say, I remind you of the commitment of CGM to not transport any more plastic waste in our containers. It's a decision that we have taken in 2022, and we implemented it since then. You cannot imagine the number of times I receive requests of exemptions, because we are in a situation where an actor of a private sector, a company, decides to abandon a business just to bring their contribution to the reduction of plastic, because transport of plastic waste was a quite fruitful business. But since the potential of impact on oceans, we made this decision. Back then, I hoped to be followed by others. Unfortunately, until today, we have to recognize that we are the only company, transport company, that has made this decision and that has maintained it, whatever the cost is. So, I hope that, and I continue to hope that others will follow. So about these challenges of biodiversity, we try to do things at large scales, because these are millions of stakes and thousands of containers that we are not longer transporting. The other thing is that we believe a lot, especially in Africa, in innovation and entrepreneurship, in the heart of the values of our group. And actually the group has put in place in Côte d'Ivoire one of our incubators. We have a network of incubators and startups, and one of our incubators, the Box West Africa, is located in Côte d'Ivoire, and we do finance, support, and finance about 10 innovators that have an impact solution. Because when you are an entrepreneur, you want to be on the side of the solutions. And then we also put in place an investment fund with 1.5 billion euros in order to accelerate the transition towards decarbonation challenges and biodiversity stakes. I will finish by saying, so far I talked about large-scale actions, and in this field I think that we need large-scale actions, but at the same time there are hundreds of actions that are deployed in the 160 countries we operate in, involving our collaborators, because at the end of the day, with 170,000 collaborators in the CGM, there are so many people to acknowledge and to train, because they are actors of the transformation and they are a community. And what's magnificent is that we manage to work with local NGOs in which our collaborators can be themselves involved, and then they lead their colleagues. And I have two examples to mention here. One in Morocco with the association Bahri, meaning my sea, that put in place a very smart system to encourage the youth in Morocco in cleaning beaches, and the association offers, thanks to its support, namely that of CGM, a training course in languages, in surfing. So we try to create means for the youth to be developed, and they would say that obtain this. I managed to have a surfing course or a language course because I spent a couple of hours cleaning the beaches in my neighborhood. And this link, bringing the positive aspects in such actions by pushing our own collaborators to explain these procedures. This is what we're doing with this association, headed by a very young, dynamic Moroccan guy called Saad Abid. Maybe some of you know him, but I wanted to mention this example. Then I have another example in Kenya, where with the association Free Floppy, we clean mangroves, so we withdraw all the plastic from there, and then we transform this plastic. Here again, our collaborators are invited along with the association to act, and it has a multiplying effect as an action. So collaboration, collaboration, and collaboration. Thank you. Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you for all you do in CGM, and for what you do with Renault as well in this field for a long time. Your work was as efficient as now. The two last groups, we have many speakers. I will try to make a call. We'll talk about security tools and legal tools.
Tell me if you're here. Madame Siri Bjoun, est-ce que vous êtes là? Oui, bravo. Monsieur Driss Dahak, est-ce que vous êtes là? Je veux dire dans le micro si vous êtes là, parce qu'on ne voit pas tout le monde. Oui.
Okay. You can say if you're here because we don't see everybody here. Thank you. Mr. Omar Hilali. Omar Hilali. He is here, but unfortunately there is a mistake because I wasn't supposed to take the floor. I think I was going to talk in development and financing. Mr. Ambassador, apologies. Absolutely, you're right. Dennis Reva and David Villema.
2 days, and I would ask you to speak together. I know you're here. It's just to save time because we really have to finish by 6 o'clock for the conclusion. Madame Sarah Sifri.
This is Sarah Sifriwi. You are here. Good, welcome. We met already, actually. And then I think that's it for this last round table. So everybody's here. You will take 2 minutes each, if you allow me, in order to conclude the fourth group, because we still have fisheries. And we have to go faster. Otherwise, they will close over our mics. Ms. Siri June, Global Maritime Crime Program Manager.
Si vous nous expliquez un peu UN Odyssey, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Thank you, Ashok. And first of all, thank you to Blue Africa organizers for inviting the UN Office on Drugs and Crime and the Global Maritime Crime Program for this event.
Merci d'avoir organisé cet investissement. Je tiens aussi à remercier le Royaume du Maroc pour nous avoir hébergés. J'ai un slide pour créer du contexte, mais si c'est pas disponible, c'est pas grave. Alors, que fait le PNUD? Le PNUD appuie les États dans le renforcement des capacités. Et j'étais très content d'entendre la sécurité comme étant une priorité. Nous aimerions voir ce que nous appelons un fini légal concernant les crimes qui sont combattus, et nous travaillons donc avec le système de justice à partir de la réponse en mer jusqu'au tribunal. Nous ne nous concentrons pas sur tout, mais sur certains aspects, en particulier les crimes qui ont un impact environnemental, en particulier dans le secteur des pêches et du transport maritime. Alors, la pêche durable, la décarbonisation du transport, les infrastructures, les ports, où la technologie, bien sûr, est une composante transversale. Et faire le lien avec l'économie bleue et la finance bleue, nous aidons les États à appuyer leur essor en les aidant à assurer des environnements sûrs et une extraction sûre des ressources marines. Alors ça, c'est un peu le contexte. Je ne vais pas en parler trop, mais je voulais juste mentionner que notre agence de la FAO est impliquée surtout dans le côté légal de la pêche. Nous nous concentrons plutôt sur le côté illégal et les crimes qui sont liés à l'industrie pêchière. Et nous avons aussi un projet en cours sur le transport où l'on examine les activités illégales en mer en analysant ce qu'on appelle les rendez-vous sombres. en partenariat avec Skylight, un partenaire technique. Je sais que d'autres ici travaillent avec eux et nous avons aussi utilisé des outils pour avoir des outils de surveillance pour avoir une meilleure connaissance de ce qui se passe en mer, et nous faisons des formations aussi pour encourager la connaissance de ce qui se passe en haute mer. Et nous renforçons les réponses, en particulier en encourageant les exercices de coopération entre les États afin de, en particulier, pouvoir faire des enquêtes en mer sur les scènes de crime. Et nous avons aussi un partenariat avec le WWF pour examiner les migrations des espèces halieutiques en partenariat avec Skylight, et nous renforçons les réponses matérielles sur le terrain, dirions-nous. Encore une fois, pour les crimes de pêche. Si nous regardons maintenant les aires marines protégées, pour protéger les AMP avec les déploiement de nouvelles technologies, il est particulièrement important que les forces de l'ordre puissent répondre aux infractions, mais que ces infractions puissent aussi être poursuivies en justice. Merci beaucoup. Excusez-moi, il y a un petit effet de Larsen. Malheureusement, il nous faut conclure.
Maritime decarbonization. It was mentioned yesterday that IMO has new guidelines that looking at merchant shipping. We're trying to look at the same with maritime law enforcement and working with governments on their fleets, as well as infrastructure in ports. We have a maritime security program which is well established in Africa. Sorry, I couldn't continue.
No, thank you for sharing all this very efficient and very informative for us. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Driss Darak, your reflections sur le droit dans les espaces maritimes africains.
Right in maritime spaces in Africa. Driss, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you. I think this is the first intervention on maritime law. I hope that you will be patient and provide me with a bit more time. I would like to thank all the honorable people who have contributed to this event, and in particular the Honorable Abdel Jalil Jambre, Mr. Pascal Lamy, as well as Mrs. Rambenzino.
Thank you. Africa is the Mediterranean and Red Sea continent of two oceans, Atlantic and also Indian Oceans. When we're talking about Africa, the African region, with regards to the definition, the United Nations in Africa, with regards to 2016, we understand that Africa means potable water and also seawater and oceans. And when it comes to flowing water, we have lots of lakes. We have about 240,000 square kilometers. I'm not talking about the details. I'll just talk about seawater and also oceans. for potable water. There's only an international convention in 1997 that actually treats the obligations of the state. The other conventions that are more than 250 conventions, and they do not treat the rights and obligations of the state. So, when we talk of water and oceans, we take flowing water out of this. So, is Africa capable of putting in practice the different legal instruments of this right in the maritime space? That is the question that we are trying to respond to today. So in Africa, we have about 30 million square meters in the space. This represents a good amount of the surface, global surface area, and 3 times Europe. But when it comes to sea, we only have 13 million of square kilometers in the maritime space. This means that this is the equivalent of what France has in terms of maritime space that belongs to this state. That is 11 million. Africa, with these 13 million and 6.5 million on this continental sphere, which are actually continental spheres, which are going to become even large whilst waiting for the United Nations Convention decision, especially for some countries in Africa like Morocco, Mauritania, Cape Verde, Madagascar, Equatorial Guinea, and Gambia, that have maybe continental plateau of more than 200,000 marines. And this, in the law, the countries with continental plateau can actually ask this commission to actually verify that these plateau can get to about 300,000 marines. So this is the space that Africa has. And that now there should be a blue renaissance for Africa. There's another Africa in the sea and in the oceans. This Africa that we have for the first time, we know the maritime route internationally by discovering this particular route. But now these maritime spaces are not only the maritime transport sectors, but also they are the future of the entire humankind after what happened between 1872 and 1874, where we had the challenge ships, where we have the different hundreds of millions of tons of all forms of minerals. So the sea, outside transportation and outside maritime fishing, outside fishing, we also have the future of humanity with regards to natural minerals like petrol, that are about where we have about 30% of these resources. This Africa, which has this dimension and this capacity, what are the available laws that regulate these spaces and these riches? We all know that we have the Sea Rights Convention that is in the international law of the seas, and so we have different presentations that actually talk about how the oceans and the sea surface areas are shared between states. But we also have regional conventions and multilateral conventions, as well as bilateral and also national conventions. And all of these rights organize how the seas are explored or exploited. So due to time, we wouldn't go into details, but we are simply going to talk a bit about the suggestions that we can have to make Africa big in the maritime space. His Majesty the King, Mohammed VI, may God assist him, in his royal speech of 6th of November of this year, announced that Morocco, after took the initiative of creating an institutional cadre that actually regrouped the 23 African states in the Atlantic Ocean. And so, with the aim of considering the security and the strategy of shared prosperity of the region. So we have the landlocked states. So we have 54 countries in Africa. 38 are countries with borders, with seas, and then the other 16 are actually landlocked. So in the speech, we can see that the landlocked states are favored for access, especially for Sahel and the Atlantic Ocean. So His Majesty the King is requesting for the launching of initiatives internationally to ensure that this suggestion works. And it is important to ensure that the needed infrastructure of the Sahel states are connected to the transport and communication networks regionally. And Morocco is available to provide the infrastructure, be it road, port infrastructure, and also rail infrastructure. And Morocco has always been has always supported these landlocked countries with the law on the exclusive Moroccan zone. On Article 13, it mentions solidarity with landlocked African states to provide them with access through the Moroccan maritime spaces for fishing, as well as Morocco establishing already, and even before, texts that actually favor access to these states or sister African states with regards to coming into Moroccan spaces when it comes to maritime fishing. So, with regards to the African maritime spaces, I can say that the legal framework of these actions, which are applicable in the continental economic zones plateau, be it even territorial or internally, requires some suggestions. I would skip here and talk a bit more about the major maritime challenges in Africa. First of all, security. Between 2018 and 2023, several pirating activities have been carried out in Africa, especially in the Gulf of Guinea and in Somalia. However, illegal fishing, we have more fishes in the territorial waters of Guinea-Bissau, and between now and 10 years, if illegal fishing continues, there will be no fishes in these equatorial Guinea waters, and we estimate that $2.3 billion American dollars are lost with regards to illegal fishing, and 300,000 forms of employment are lost due to these illegal mining activities. Third point, there is pollution, and this actually pollution which we have witnessed in Europe and in England. This actually led to international conventions in 1969, and the first one in high seas was with regards to the pollution, and the second one is with regards to the civil responsibility and the different damages caused aside the hydrocarbon pollution. This is after the catastrophe of the Turricanio ship in 1967 across British coasts, and also the second catastrophe is what happened in France in 1998. So that is Africa, which indirectly was at the origin of these two catastrophes, because these two boats actually came from African countries. Thank you, dear Idris Dahak. I think we've taken lots of time, so if we can conclude in a few seconds so that we can continue in a few seconds or in a few minutes. A few seconds. The seconds have already passed. Sorry. Anyway, I'll try to conclude. So we have the first. In order to avoid having litigations or disputes, you should actually have regulation for maritime boundary marking. So up to until now, we have some African countries that have already had maritime boundaries, like Libya with Tunisia, and with also like Malta and other countries, and also Eritrea and Yemen. But a lot of countries in Africa that have not really established maritime borders, including Morocco. However, we should once these maritime borders traced, we should create a preventive system to repair and also we repair damages when in terms of catastrophes or pollution, because we have pollution of chemical pollution, and also we have and also other forms of pollution. Africa has witnesses these different levels of these kinds of pollutions. We should create a fund or an instrument to help remedy these problems legally. But there are several legal instruments, but they are quite complex. But we should play a preventive role and to also repair damages. we should create an institution for maritime insurance and think about compensation clubs like we see in Europe and also in the Gulf countries. And finally, Africa should study these problems with different boats that are compromised on our laws, because France and England had difficulties when it comes to compensating damages of these boats that created the problems from African states. So thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, His Excellency the Ambassador, and thank you, the Royal Academy, for this wonderful conclusion. So we are going to go all the way up until the end on this sequence on safety and legal aspects. And I will ask Geneviève I'll ask David, Wilma, and Dennis Revin. You are together in the same structure. You can actually give us share the time amongst yourselves, given that we've spoken about what you do is really wonderful. What you do, please share. We need your intervention. Dennis, you can start. After Dennis, we're going to have His Excellency Amal Gillen, Ambassador, that will talk about development and the financing of blue economy. Thank you. Davis? Dennis, sorry.
And I would like to start by thanking the organizers and the government of Morocco for this very important summit and for inviting the ISS to be part of this discussion. Let me just say a few words about the ISS, Institute for Security Studies. We are an African think tank that works on promoting human security on the continent. We work across many issues, one of them being maritime security and blue economy. We work primarily with African policymakers on the African Union level, regional economic communities, and national governments. So I'm in a way lucky because Ms. June and Ms. Vicheva mentioned the importance of maritime security, and indeed security and development are two sides of the same coin. Ms. June mentioned a number of maritime security crimes that affect blue economies on the continent. I will focus specifically then on coastal communities, given the time that I have.
Thank you.
And in particular, I would like to draw our attention on two very concerning trends. The first is that the demand for fish globally is set to increase. In fact, it is set to double by 2050. And this is a trend across the world and in Africa. And it is likely that this higher international demand will result in further incursions of foreign fleets into African waters and IUU fishing, so greater numbers of IUU fishing across the continent. In that regard, we also need to consider the impact that illegal fishing will have on the fish stock that is available, that is already facing tremendous challenges in African waters, but also on the coastal communities. And the coastal communities are really the important custodians and beneficiaries and participants in blue economy initiatives. We have evidence from the continent that because of the depletion of fish stock, the fisher folk have to travel longer, further out at sea. It has greater risks for their lives. They derive smaller income. And as a result, this resource scarcity leads to community violence, violence between communities, but also within communities. And this is a situation that is often exploited by criminal networks that embed themselves in communities and provide additional means of income. And we've seen many examples on the continent, one prominent one being in Somalia with the emergence of Somali piracy. So I will now provide very briefly 3 recommendations before I pass the floor to my colleague David.
In 3 words, if you have 3 words to share.
3 words. WTO agreement on harmful fishing subsidies. It currently has the 46% of the support that it needs, and African countries can play a role to push it over the finish line. Secondly, a number of African maritime security frameworks were mentioned today, one of them being the Lomé Charter, the revised African Maritime Transport Charter. These are important frameworks for cooperation and for achieving continent-wide maritime security, and currently neither of them have been adopted, so they need more signatures, and this is an easy win for the continent to push it forward. Finally, because maritime security is a transnational, transboundary issue, the key to maritime security is cooperation. One positive development is the African Union Peace and Security Council that has adopted 2 resolutions calling for the regions in Africa to develop regional task forces, and there have been some positive examples from West Africa and the Indian Ocean Commission more recently in the Indian Ocean. So this is a positive, and I will pass the floor to David to finish the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Very relevant, all what we have said. Very relevant, and I'm very sorry that we didn't have the time to allow you more time. And basically what you have said on IUU fishing and WTO is one of the big priorities of our actions, I think of all of us and all of the governments when we spoke about subventions. How is it? I'm forgetting my English. Les subventions. Sorry? Funding of unlegal, unreported fishing. Very important. David, please help us to wrap up.
Sure.
And before the ambassador of Morocco concludes not on legal and not on this section, we will have to finish on this topic with Sarah after David, and then the ambassador from Morocco will have all his time to speak about development and maybe frame towards the conclusion, and we come back to fishing. But David, the floor is yours.
Absolutely, thank you. In the interest of time, I'll like to stand on protocols already established. So carrying on from what Dennis said, in our work, we kind of view maritime security as part of this broader matrix, which has the ocean and maritime security holistically at the center. Then you have maritime safety, the blue economy, which is also just the other side of the coin of maritime security. And then you have national security, and if you combine all of those together, it promotes human security as well as the sustainable usage of the ocean. So that being said, the central theme of conversations from today until today is that Africa must harness the transformative potential of its oceans. But to do that, you need ocean governance from a maritime security perspective or a blue economy perspective. And if you put the matrix together that I just spoke about, countries will require integrated maritime strategies that incorporate the blue economy, maritime security, maritime safety, and several other issues. It is quite unfortunate that probably less than 10 countries out of the continent's 54, and I say 54 purposely because while we have 38 coastal island states, the 16, Dries was speaking about landlocked countries. I'm from one, I prefer to call them landlinked countries because they also depend on the ocean. So the ocean, and it takes me back to an adage from the Pacific Islands which says the ocean does not divide us, it connects us. And so on that note, I think my recommendation is that ocean governance at the moment, while we have all these strategies and treaties coming into play, which are very important, it remains fragmented. And I think it is our job to try to bring all of that together, and Africa has a huge role to play in that. and we should encourage member states, RECs, and the AU to do that. And in closing, I'd like to just say something in Zulu, which says Lalela Ulwandle, which translates to we must listen to the ocean. That is the main message.
Great. Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Before we ask the ambassador to speak about development, Sarah, if you want to conclude, please. Thank you for your patience. Also, this section on legal and security, and we'll remember what you said, David. The ocean unites and should not divide. Sarah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me start by extending my sincere gratitude to the Académie du Royaume and all the organizers and also the moderators for this big event and for this extremely wonderful session. Getting straight to the point, I'm going to dive into one of the most important legal questions on which I'm working currently as a researcher, a lecturer, and a leader of a research group at the University of Abd Malik Saadi. Sea level rise, in a legal point of view, climate change is a complex phenomenon that impacts all spheres of human life. Different countries are affected in different ways based on their geographic and climate conditions. Therefore, legal responses to address the impact must respond to requests of those states affected by climate change-driven sea level rise who regard this as a fundamental and, in some cases, existential question. With sea level rise, a state may lose part of its territory, and the baseline from which the breadth of the maritime zones is measured would shift landward. Maritime zones limits retreat in the same way as the baseline. The legal statutes of maritime zones would change. Part of the territorial sea landward becomes internal waters, which is really catastrophic, and seaward becomes EEZ. Therefore, part of the EEZ becomes high seas. It has also implications on sovereign rights, innocent passage, freedom of navigation, fishing rights, etc. Of course, the primary instrument governing the oceans and the most comprehensive multilateral treaty ever concluded is the United Nations Convention for the Law of the Sea. So this is the legal framework. But responding to sea level rise...
Sarah, I'm afraid we have to conclude. But we have to continue this discussion because you know that sea level rise is one of our priorities, including for Dennis Francis, the president of the UN General Assembly. So we have to continue with you this discussion and benefit from you. Please.
Let me just highlight the legal aspect, because scholars and researchers have identified two legal options to respond to sea level rise. Either changing the baselines in maritime zones when coastline changes, or freeze baselines or maritime limits. For the member states of, including some African states of the International Law Commission, have attach concrete meaning to legal stability connected to the importance of fixing the baseline from which the maritime zones are measured, and the outer limits of these zones, thus preserving their entitlement to these zones. Therefore, we must act jointly with a sense of urgency to tackle the negative implications of sea level rise and preserve the legal stability. It is essential that governments prepare for an uncertain future with room for flexibility and adaptive measures.
Thank you.
Major coastal cities like Abidjan, Konoto, Lomé, and Nouakchott are likely to be highly impacted by erosion, and this will also affect the food security.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Flexibility and adaptation. I will stay with these two words and conclude this section on legal, but we'll continue with
Thank you
this discussion. On peut l'applaudir. Merci. Monsieur l'ambassadeur Omar.
Mr. Ambassador Omar Hilal, permanent representative.
Chairman of the First Committee, 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And I know that you knew Ambassador Peter Thompson before. You have a rich leadership career with pivotal roles on the executive board of UNICEF. You have served as ambassador to Indonesia, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, showcasing a global diplomatic impact. Would you like to share with us your insights on, I would say, ocean economy and, of course, sustainable development? Monsieur l'ambassadeur, la parole est à vous.
Ambassador, the floor is yours. Before we close this session, talking about fisheries, we still have 4 speakers. Thank you all for your patience. Mr. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would first like to thank the organizers of this important meeting. All protocols observed. Oceans represented GDP of $202.5 trillion, making it the 7th largest economy in the world. In Africa, it generates the blue economy generates about 300 billion, 58 million jobs. Clearly, blue economy is a major pillar of stability and development, and attracts significantly finance, and that is good. To better use the marine spaces and integrate them in Moroccan's in the development of Africa, we should first focus on prevention and reduction of marine pollution by requesting that fine polluters pay, and focus on green technologies which generate less plastic, and by adhering to all international instruments and to combat marine litter, and provide integrated management of coastal zones. Secondly, inverse the long-term trends of climate change by rethinking national development strategies through the instaurations of irrational and fair management of marine resources, taking into account the diverse profile of each country. The reinforcement of strengthening of capacity and financing resources to encourage the rational management of potential and ecosystem. The third area, transform the blue economy into a major lever of a regional integration, as so well highlighted by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, and make God a system. Integration in Africa could mean that coastal zones would be a font of development. This royal vision stands out for its inclusive aspects and looks at important infrastructure that will allow African countries to be better connected economically and humanly, and not just a source of emigration towards some El Dorado. This would also benefit non-coastal states by providing better connection with the inland countries. When it comes to financing, it has become urgent to focus on a sectoral approach, and this summit today is a fantastic initiative and the opportune moment to design a roadmap or an action plan, and we believe that the long-term management of the oceans would create 40 times more renewables and 6 times more food than it does for the moment. And then fourth area, to create a link between the opportunities existing in the blue economy and the financing, which would be able to protect coastal zones. And finance is one of the key negotiation between developing and developed countries for the implementation of the renewal fund created in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt for the loss and damages fund. Second, the last area, we must integrate science and innovation so as to capture the full potential. New technologies can improve resilience of maritime industry and better manage marine ecosystems. Artificial intelligence offers unlimited opportunities in this field. The UM6P University in Ben Gurir is currently focusing on the issue surrounding marine exploitation that could become a model of South-South cooperation. To conclude, the opportunities that seas and ocean around Africa are new frontiers with blue promising horizons. A continent committed to the blue economy is crucial not only to the development and prosperity of its 54 African states, but also to the common future of our planet. This first Blue Africa Summit will, I'm sure, provide the momentum necessary that we can ensure the sustainable development of the blue economy in our continent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellence, for this new frontier, this blue horizon. We're not 2 hours late, but we do have 2 more speakers to go. Federa will be introducing this last session on fisheries, which we have spoken to significantly already.
To be the bad guy and to go straight to the conclusion. So just to check whether the speakers is Mr. Ibrahim Khalil here.
Ibrahim.
Okay, so it's Madame Fatou here. Okay, so welcome Madame Fatou Sak, coordinatrice régionale de l'initiative.
Regional coordinator for the coastal fisheries at the FAO. We can now hear the speaker. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Dear Rim, thank you for organizing this event and the very warm hospitality that has been displayed. I would like to express the thanks of the Direction of Fisheries and Aquaculture at the UN FAO for associating us to this event, which I am sure will open a new chapter in the relationship between France and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of these actions of aiming to realize the SDGs, the FAO has since 2019 developed a blue transformation plan to accelerate the implementation of measures taken to strengthen food security and the preservation of our natural resources. This project will be the reference framework for all our communication, as it is based on the rational use of marine resources and provide environmental well-being and better food security, while at the same time reducing pollution and protecting biodiversity as well as social justice. It is based on the sustainable expansion of the blue economy and the modernization of value chain of fish products and seafood. For example, in West Africa, for Cape Verde, Côte d'Ivoire and Senegal, or also in Indonesia and South America, our initiative financed by the World Environment Fund for $30 million, and I am coordinating for the FAO. The objectives of this innovative project aim at the environmental level by the promotion of responsible fisheries and the protection of the ecosystems, but also the development of the economic and social value produced by coastal fisheries in support of the wellness of the communities. In West Africa, we have looked at improving governance of fisheries, the sustainable management of mangroves, which were combined to activities strengthening the value chain based on a participatory and inclusive approach. We have indeed focused our action on the effective implementation on responsible fisheries through the promotion of international tools, such as the voluntary measures, the integration of gender issues in fishing policies, and we have noticed that this legal support provided to countries was much appreciated, and the strengthening of local ecosystems involving local communities, in particular women. Fatou, I'm sorry, you have 30 seconds left. So, thank you. We can continue the conversation after. Excuse me, I'll try to go as quickly as possible. We also worked on participatory research, which is a crucial activity that can allow the co-definition of management units. And finally, we have also developed and tested a new fishing evaluation tool, and we have worked with the World Bank to strengthen the commitment of the private sector and strengthen public-private partnerships through the provision of business cases and responsible, sustainable, ecological and economic development. All the activities were supported by strategies of sharing experience and knowledge for the communities of the three areas concerned: West Africa, Indonesia, and South America. And I remain, as you know, the FAO, when it comes to implementation programs, focuses on replicable experiences that have worked and can be used as examples for other initiatives that might come out of the Blue Africa Summit. And the FAO is available and to provide its capacity to generate and share information with all stakeholders. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Vous avez fait vos 3 minutes parfaitement bien. Fedra, if the speaker is in the room.
Yes, we go through Mr. Eladi Turkmani, Director de la Coopération Internationale, Ministère de...
From the Ministry of Fisheries, Wealth, from Libya. You have the floor then.
La parole est à vous, Monsieur Turkmani.
The floor is yours, Mr. Turkmani.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. First, I would like to thank the government of the Morocco and the organizer for inviting us, as well as their organization and hospitality. In this session, under the title of the UN definition of the blue economy, which is an economy that comprises a range of economic sectors related to policy that together determine whether the use of oceans, the resources is sustainable. Marine energy, marine energy, ports, shipping, coastal protection, and seafood productions, traditional and industrial fishing, aquaculture, international commitment to the blue economy dates back to the UN Agenda for Sustainable Development with the International Conference on Financial for Development in Addis Ababa. This commitment as well progress in the level of the states, continent, and intergovernmental organization. Africa continent is in line with the international commitment with regard to the important position and big marine resources, its marine resource that it is surrounded by most important marine ecosystem and marine trade route, seas and oceans, and has 37 coastal states.
Des 54 États côtiers, dont la Libye, qui est un partenaire actif. Les communautés tant de l'Europe que de l'Afrique, alignées sur l'agenda 2063, visent à réaliser ces aspirations pour l'océan et contribuer activement à leur stratégie et communication respectives. La Méditerranée est une des mers les plus importantes car elle permet aussi le transfert de technologies et de connaissances et d'une façon figurative le lien entre deux mondes. La Libye, comme vous le savez, est à mi-chemin, est en plein milieu de la Méditerranée. Et nous avons été fortement impactés par la pollution et la tempête Daniel. Nous avons été fortement impactés par la tempête Daniel et que la crise sur la côte est de la Libye est un exemple des conséquences dramatiques du changement climatique. J'aimerais remercier tous les orateurs précédents qui ont mentionné la crise en Libye. Et je tiens à les remercier toutes les personnes qui ont appuyé mon pays à travers cette dure crise. Nous n'entendons pas l'orateur. J'en appelle à la collectivité responsable. Nous n'arrivons pas à entendre l'orateur. Nous nous réjouissons des recommandations internationales qui seront émises à la fin de ce congrès. Et qu'il nous faut nous pencher sur des domaines tels que le pétrole et le gaz. Nous n'entendons pas l'orateur. Financé par les institutions gouvernementales. Dans le domaine de l'exploitation des ressources halieutiques, nous essayons de déployer des mesures de préservation des ressources halieutiques et nous travaillons de concert avec les organisations internationales afin d'améliorer les capacités. Dans notre contexte, merci beaucoup monsieur le directeur, excusez-moi, mais nous sommes en train de... Écoutez, si je peux me permettre juste de finir. Les institutions financières internationales, nous n'entendons pas l'orateur. Nous avons investi dans plusieurs projets durables. Nous n'entendons pas l'orateur. Et des projets des fonds qui ont été alloués. Ce qui a déjà été fait est particulièrement apprécié, même s'il nous reste encore beaucoup de défis devant nous. J'aimerais finir par conclure qu'il devrait être inclus dans la déclaration que nous encourageons toutes les parties prenantes à appuyer l'économie bleue en Afrique. Et nous nous réjouissons de la collaboration étroite entre le continent africain et le continent européen. Nous invitons toutes les parties prenantes à contribuer à ce merveilleux projet, car les échanges sont particulièrement importants et qu'il est essentiel de fournir plus d'informations concernant les connaissances sur les milieux marins et de réduire l'impact de la pollution. Excusez-moi, je vous prie de bien vouloir excuser mon anglais un peu haletant. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Avec cette conclusion, Monsieur le Directeur, notre travail maintenant se termine. Cette table ronde se termine. Je vais laisser Madame la Présidente Rim Benzima et l'ambassadeur Poivre d'Avor conclure. Thank you very much.
Alors, on va se donner encore avant que Pascal...
So, let's take 5 extra minutes, please. We need 5 minutes, very simply, because we are working on a text that will be in the word history, let's be modest, that will be called Declaration of Tangier. So we have to do something within the 5 minutes, but I think that Rim will show on the screen a few slides and maybe even videos, and I make a suggestion. Probably some of you have a final word they want to say. Is there something missing that they wanted to say? But really, one word, one verb that will qualify what we should do here in the African continent. Is there something that you didn't say that deserves to be said? Before taking the floor to say what has not been said, I suggest that we put the slides of High Seas Alliance on the screen. Tamara, your turn. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I will start after Tamara to continue. Very briefly.
So Greenpeace and ISEM are a part of a huge alliance that is called High Seas Alliance, which has about 50 organizations that have worked hard during negotiations of the global treaty on high seas. They really supported African countries in terms of capacitation and also negotiation. Why the High Sea Alliance division is that of the protection of the high seas. And so today, this organization has been elaborated because the oceans mean life and also humanity. And protecting oceans is just a question of protecting humanity. So why this? I'll tell you about the economics of the advantages of the high seas. And today we can see that the high seas are under threats with regards to climate change and everything that has been listed here through the different speeches that have been made here. But all of this is almost finished because today we have a global treaty which envisages to protect at least 30% of this space. And that what is important for us is that today African countries have done a lot during its negotiations, and we think that they need to continue doing this protection of these high seas. So I will give the floor to Tamara to continue.
Mentioned Greenpeace and also IUCN are members of the High Seas Alliance, and so we are very thankful for this opportunity to present on behalf.
Donc on vous remercie beaucoup pour cette.
So these are some of the elements of the treaty which we wouldn't go into today because we're pressed for time. And as noted earlier, there are 60 countries that are needed for entry into force, for this treaty to enter into force, and we encourage African countries to reach out to us if you are interested in support in terms of ratifying the agreement. The African group, as Alu just mentioned, was a force to be reckoned with during the negotiations. This is by no means all of the African negotiators, but we encourage Africa to continue to be united as they become a champion for ratification and also implementation. It's very important that Africa is part of the first BBNJ COP, because as many of us know, a lot of the decisions, the important decisions, were pushed off to be made during that first COP. And so we encourage African countries to do what they need to do to become ratified in order to be present at the first COP and to align their legislation with that of the BBNJ treaty. We just wanted to know that there is support for African countries and others through the JEF, the EU that announced 40 million, part of which will be to support BBNJ ratification, and the Commonwealth and also the Africa-Europe Foundation. These are just some. And with that, we'll say thank you.
Je propose que ceux qui n'ont pas assez parlé ou ceux qui veulent rajouter quelque chose le fassent maintenant ou se taisent à jamais maintenant, c'est ça?
Je t'en prie.
Alors.
So thank you. First of all, I think that it is a meeting that is very rich with excellent organization. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you for the hospitality from the Moroccan counterparts, and it's a pleasure. And what I want to say is with regards to what Olivier said. Olivier? So I wanted to say something with regards to the valorization of know-how, ancestral know-how of communities, because you actually made allusion to this, but we'll go deep into this. You know, the fishing, transformation, preservation. So there's a know-how that has been transmitted from generations and also for thousands of years. So I think that with regards to these activities in Africa and also with regards to the oceans, Gale actually accords an importance to these facts that are full of innovations, creativity, and also a lot of genial ideas. Maybe a little bit of reflection. We should not be too optimistic to talk about high seas BBNG. So all the states have signed. All the states, not known, not at all the states have worked on the agreement. When it comes to ratifying the agreement, recently, in the month of June 2023, you know, only 12 African countries out of the 54, 12 have signed. And this means that afterwards, you need to ratify these in several African parliaments. So we must encourage the African states that actually filled in or signed the agreement to ratify this. And they've not done it because after that there's the ratification, and it takes time. And you know this agreement can only take place if there are 60 ratifications. So when we go back to our countries, maybe you, because for us, for France, I think we've ratified this. Please push your governments to sign this and also to ratify it. Do we have other interventions? Please take your time. Thank you very much. Just to actually share with you that we are actually implementing a community management program. That is with regards to the legitimacy between the community and the legality of it managed by the state. And everything we've been able to say here is really important. So the legality from the state and the legitimacy from the state, from the community or the populations. So, Patricia, we still have a few minutes. In spite of all the enthusiasm that we can have for this program, this shared interest, we should know that fishing is not covered by this agreement. So just to help your reflection.
Stories and the BBNG or?
Yeah, actually, I agree that fisheries was very much mentioned also from the recommendations of the co-chairs and so on. So I don't see why we shouldn't strengthen the text. I was also thinking that probably we can, but we were just discussing with Olivier to see whether we cannot strengthen the text about the youth. Because we have to realize that 70% of the population in Africa is young people, and this is a huge asset, because this is the future generation, and how we're going to work with them is essential. And also we discussed how to add also the empowerment of women that are a great actor in blue economy. Fisheries probably not so much, but why not being more ambitious there? And I've heard this ambition very often in all the relations that and exchanges that we had with African counterparts.
Thank you. Please, fill the...
Oui. Je voulais juste parler un peu de...
I wanted to actually talk about this BBNG treaty. It is important, but we can only have favorable response if we have the support of the existing networks. So this would allow, we need to better understand the text, because the problem we have is that people, the 130 countries directly saw this agreement at the United Nations conference, but when it comes to signing it, they all approved it. But when it comes to signing it, there were some sort of hesitations, but only 12 actually signed this, because people do not really understand the different texts. It is important to actually get the networks to be implied, because in each South region today there's a network. We have Rapao, we have MedPalm, several networks that can today press on the states to help them better understand, and to also help them ratify and even sign and even eventually ratify the documents. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois.
Thank you. I believe that it is quite clear that we can encourage African states to actually sign and ratify the convention. But you know, the conventions need to be applicable for everybody. it means that the developed countries and the developing countries as well. Just that the developing countries do not have the means to actually follow much of these international conventions. In the states where and sometimes the states find it difficult finding their socio-economic positions. That is why it is important to actually encourage the groups in charge of finding the means to enact these international laws like OHADA, which is an African institution that works very well, and it actually regroups 17 African states, and we have the role of harmonizing business rights or laws in Africa. So it means that we have only one law for the 17 states, only one Supreme Court for the 17 states, and this court is in charge of actually managing judging business between the states and also commercial arbitrage, both externally and also internally for companies. And they were encouraged to invest in the 17 states because they are being governed by one law and just one Supreme Court. And the institution must be repeated in several states or in several cases, like in the reparation of cases of pollution and other cases. I think that the problem in the world is figured in the international conventions, and that is the rule for everybody. And there are a certain group of states that do not have the means to actually apply the legal jurisdictions for these international laws. Thank you. I'd like to inform you that Mauritania has signed this treaty in September during the last meeting of the United Nations. So for the ratification, we are still waiting to ratify, and I hope that in the conclusions of this summit, we will mention the sustainable financing of these projects. Thank you. So thank you very much. We are here present, so we will go to our different countries and also discuss with our different decision makers with regards to the signature and the ratification of this treaty. But I also like to react a bit because we are here in the question of integration, regional integration, and that I've taken note of the declaration for the CGM for the decarbonization or carbon capture of ships to protect, or boats to actually protect the marine areas. And we know that there's a lot of debts for the African countries. So we know that this actually demands a lot of strategic infrastructure. And the African states are really in huge debts, be it financial institutions for the construction of ports that need to be adapted to these ships. So in this aspect of integration, we need to mutualize our efforts continentally. For example, for the Indian Ocean, that Comoro Islands today are eligible in the African Development Bank perspective to actually take part in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which would allow the Africans from East Africa to actually refuel from Comorian ports. So I think that it is really important because there are consequences, negative consequences for the populations in terms of inflation and a lot of inflation, and it can actually destabilize the political systems of our countries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sai. So I think that Mr. Tozua can take the floor. So to enhance what has been said to add up to what has been said with regards to the Declaration and the International Convention, we should ensure that this takes into consideration the reality in the countries and also the local realities generally. So we think that it is really important for this meeting because we have several personalities and several countries to see how we can actually diffuse the exchanges from this meeting, share with our different countries to ensure that there's better consultation that reflects the realities in the countries, because the realities in the countries are not the same. So for the landlocked countries, may not be the same. So I think it is important to actually take a look at this, and also on the facilitation and also the application. So I think that the declaration is something that is actually going to concern people who are going to benefit from this. So how can this text be better understood locally? So this is a point that maybe would need to be considered for the next steps. Thank you. I think that Madam Fatu would also want to intervene. I think afterwards we have Tindu, and then we have Madam Sarah. Thank you very much, Ruhrim. Maybe I would like to mention that with regards to the declaration, maybe there's a place for this, but insisting on the necessity of engaging the private sector and investors and everything in this entire process, because we often face this problem of financing infrastructure, and public-private partnerships could actually provide a solution with regards to this phenomenon. This other point is actually to continue building on the existing aspects, because the FAO and the African Development Bank have invested a lot of countries that actually are working on the blue economy. So the African Development Bank is actually in advance when it comes to this particular project. So thank you. I would like to draw attention to certain exchanges that are really important, and it will be good for the African community and also the international community to take lessons. The first one is in February. That is first 20th to 22nd, and up onto that is the Innovation Africa Summit. And of course, it's really important. We come in with an important agenda with important actors for this summit. So I think that the African Conservation Congress, this regional forum, is directly linked to the World Conservation Congress, which will take place in Dubai. We know that the World Conservation Congress influences the international agenda for biodiversity and climate. So it's really important that the voice of Africa is actually echoed as far as possible. And I would like to invite you all to take part in this meeting with regards to the African voice, with regards to the ocean. So thank you. I'm inviting you to this conference. So I'd like to make a precision. It will be in Nairobi in June next year. Nairobi, June next year. Thank you. Two things quickly. I would like to insist that the African youth need to be at the heart of the blue agenda, because they need to actually bring the innovation. They should actually be equipped for the scientific development of blue economy with regards to the ratification of the BBNJ Convention. I would suggest that there are other conventions that have been initiated at the continental level, but they've not been ratified. I'd like to suggest that the recommendation can actually make some precisions on the Lomé Charter with regards to what has been established by the government, but it has only been ratified by 2 countries. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. One of the principles of sea rights, maritime rights, with regards to the sea level rise is that the land dominates the sea. And I'd like to insist on what I presented. If the land disappears, there we have, or maybe an island, or maybe a rock disappears, we have up to 350,000 marines that risk to have the risk of disappearance. So if a rock disappears, we have a disappearance of 24,000 marines. If a low tide elevation, low tide elevation, if it disappears, we're going to have the disappearance of a huge part of a maritime area. So Africa, or the African countries, need to push the institutions to actually take part in the financing of the restoration of coasts, maritime coast, and also islands, and also rocks that risk this disappearance. It will cost us a fortune to do this restoration, and if Africa does not receive this funding, and the African countries do not receive the necessary support, a lot of parts risk disappearing. So before the last point, I would like to also push a lot further on the universities, African universities, to actually integrate the future generations with regards to what is done in the international communities. A lot of projects are carried out, but this is a lot more modest in the African way, and also with regards to the integration of our African students, with regards to what takes place in the world. So I would like to congratulate the legal personnel here. It's really important when it comes to maritime rights. When it comes to the international community, they've actually started international courts that have started hearing consultative requests for the first time in its history. This demand for consultation is the first time between climate change and also sea rights of the sea, and also law of the sea. And so we have the international laws of the sea, and also we have the International Court of Justice, where Morocco takes part in these consultative sessions. And this was actually deposited in March, and we talk about the responsibility in terms of climate change. Who is responsible? And on this note, I would like to actually end my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Selak would like to take the floor as well. She will be the last one to take the floor. Thank you very much. Reem, I just wanted to talk about a tool for which we are fighting in Mauritania. Is this tool work in your respective countries? It's MSP, Spatial Marine Planning. It's a management and transparency tool to manage usual conflicts and conflict of interest. We fight a lot to obtain this spatial planning tool for better coordination as well, and it has many other advantages. Maybe I missed it, maybe it was mentioned here over these 2 days, but I'm not sure about that. This is rather an interrogation than anything else. Thank you. We will now finish this session, and Cecilia gave me good transition when she talked about seawater rise, because in Blue Season we have prepared last year a small video clip that I will put on the screen. Technical room, please.
Je pense qu'il y a un problème de son.
I think there is a sound problem here.
Effectivement, on a un problème de son.
Indeed, there is a sound problem. Could you please relaunch the video? Because you have to imagine the music and the song is playing on the video. And then you will give me your suggestions to make another one.
Patienter un jour et demi, dans quelques secondes, c'est pas grave, je pense.
We've been waiting for 1 day and a half, waiting for extra seconds. I don't think it matters much.
Suspense.
It is thrilling.
Bon, on est retourné au muet.
Here we go, we're on mute again. Mute cinema. It looks like we're going to have the video without the sound.
Donnez-moi un violon et je vais faire le...
Please give me a violin and I will play the music along the video.
Si vous permettez, est-ce qu'on peut...
If you allow me, can we speak? Waiting for your video clip? Can we take the floor? I'm here. Here. I just wanted to react about a word said by Ms. Sara Safriwi about the issue of adapting to climate changes, because we talked a lot about prevention. We talked a lot about how to be ready to sea level rise, but we didn't talk about mitigation, because it's a reality today, not only in African countries, but everywhere else in the world. And she made a call to support African countries to better confront this reality and to face this challenge. I just want to react rapidly, and of course I support cooperation and I support the idea of federating all energies to do so. But if there is an objective to set through blue economy in Africa, it will be that Africa could itself unleash its energies and create wealth through its coastline and oceans and seas in order to take care of itself in an autonomous manner in order to deal with all these problems. So if there is an ultimate objective, it would be this one. As there is so much wealth, and we have seen since yesterday that this wealth on our coastlines, on oceans and in seas, that we could develop our blue economy in order to ultimately get enough resources in Africa, from Africa, through regional and global cooperation. And thank you very much. Thank you. Technical room, are we ready? Please let me know. It's better now to have the image with the sound.
Le micro, s'il vous plaît, du pupitre.
Bien, nous n'allons pas terminer sur cette note à la fois musicale et un peu triste. Il me revient de démarrer ces quelques minutes de conclusion de nos travaux et de porter le regard sur la suite. Je crois que nous avons depuis hier vécu un moment important. Je travaille, je participe depuis, disons, une bonne dizaine d'années à des réunions, à des séminaires, à des colloques sur les questions d'océan. Jusqu'à une date assez récente, on parlait beaucoup des problèmes. Et il y en a énormément, et il est toujours bon de se les remettre en tête. Je crois qu'on arrive à un moment où, enfin, on parle plus des solutions que des problèmes. Et c'est ce qui m'a frappé depuis hier. Bien sûr, on a parlé des problèmes, mais on a beaucoup parlé des solutions. Et j'y signe que maintenant, on est vraiment sur la bonne voie. J'ai trouvé ces échanges à la fois riche et concret, riche dans la diversité des intervenants, des responsables des États, des ONG, des opérateurs, des scientifiques. Donc l'ensemble des parties prenantes a pu s'exprimer. J'ai trouvé cet ensemble riche géographiquement. On a entendu des expériences provenant d'à peu près une vingtaine de pays africains, de plusieurs pays du Moyen-Orient, de plusieurs pays d'Europe. Donc une grande diversité et une participation africaine digne du nom que nous avons donné à ce sommet. Diversité générationnelle. J'ai entendu plus de jeunes que d'habitude, et ça, c'est probablement une marque africaine. Et puis enfin, et je remercie très sincèrement les organisateurs d'y avoir veillé, une diversité de genres. Nous avons ici, depuis hier, réalisé un équilibre de genre qu'on ne trouve pas d'ordinaire, et peut-être aussi, est-ce que c'est une marque spécifiquement africaine. Donc une grande diversité, des solutions, du concret. On a parlé pêcherie, on a parlé plastique déchets, on a parlé zones marines protégées, on a parlé de décarbonation du transport, des ports, on a parlé d'érosion côtière, on a parlé des sciences de l'océan, on a parlé du carbone bleu, on a parlé de ce qu'il fallait faire avec les enfants dans les écoles pour augmenter ce qu'on a appelé ici la conscience de l'océanité. Donc du concret, de la diversité, du concret, des solutions, c'est ce que je retiens. En terminant ma propre introduction à cette petite session finale, je vais vous faire un aveu. Cette première édition du Blue Africa Summit était un essai, un test. Les essais, les tests, c'est fait pour vérifier si ça marche ou si ça ne marche pas. Si ça marche, on en tire des conclusions. Si ça ne marche pas, il faut aussi en tirer des conclusions. Quelqu'un me rappelait l'autre jour que quand je recrutais des collaborateurs du temps où j'étais directeur du cabinet de Delors, je leur disais quand ça va, quand ça va pas, ça va pas. Eh bien, la conclusion que nous avons tirée, et on en a parlé cet après-midi avec les organisateurs, c'est que ce test a été réussi. Et il a été réussi, bien sûr, grâce aux organisateurs, et je vais en dire un mot, mais surtout grâce à vous. C'est vous, c'est votre engagement, c'est votre participation, c'est ce que vous avez dit, c'est l'énergie, parfois l'émotion, souvent l'expertise, que vous avez traduit dans vos propos, qui fait que cet ensemble nous donne l'envie de recommencer. Et c'est pourquoi je vous annonce qu'à la suite des discussions que nous avons eues cet après-midi, les organisateurs ont décidé de se lancer dans une deuxième édition du Blue Africa Summit à Tanger, probablement en novembre 2024. On est en train d'essayer de caler la date en fonction d'un certain nombre de contraintes internationales. Je voudrais très très chaleureusement remercier Abdul Jalil Lahmani, le secrétaire perpétuel de l'Académie royale du Maroc, de son soutien, de son engagement. Nous l'avons entendu depuis hier. C'est un homme discret, influent, concret. Et donc, un très grand merci à lui. Un très grand merci à la présidente de la saison bleue, Rim Benzina, qui a mis tout son savoir-faire derrière l'organisation de cette séance. C'est aussi à ces deux co-organisateurs que nous devons ce succès. On le doit d'abord à vous les participants, ensuite à ceux qui en ont pris l'initiative. Et donc, nous terminons sur une note de satisfaction. Il y a encore énormément à faire pour avancer. Nous avons mis au point, les organisateurs, une déclaration qu'Olivier Poivre d'Arvor vous présentera dans un instant. J'ai voulu que ce soit lui qui présente cette déclaration. Il a beaucoup pesé, œuvré, comme il le fait dans ses responsabilités au titre de la République française dans les questions océaniques, maritimes, polaires, maintenant cryosphériques. Et donc je pense que c'était normal qu'il lui revienne d'avoir le mot de conclusion en vous présentant cette déclaration. Je voudrais auparavant que vienne nous dire deux mots. Abdel, s'il te plaît, ou s'il vous plaît, en privé, on se tutoie, en public, on se vous voit. Rim, bien sûr, et après Peter Thompson, que je remercie d'être resté jusqu'au bout pour écouter, prendre, ramasser un certain nombre d'idées, de projets qu'il ramènera à New York auprès du secrétaire général des Nations Unies que j'ai rencontré il y a une quinzaine de jours et qui avait manifesté un intérêt sur ce qui se passerait ici. Donc Peter, il faut que tu lui rapportes ce que tu as entendu et si tu veux bien rejoindre nos deux collègues pour dire un mot avant qu'Olivier présente la déclaration, tu me feras plaisir. Monsieur le secrétaire perpétuel.
Merci beaucoup. Je serai bref et ce sera vraiment deux mots. Je suis toujours inquiet quand je dois parler en public. Je me rappelle ce que me demandait mon professeur, de trouver le mot juste, unique et irremplaçable. Alors je l'ai cherché, je l'ai trouvé. C'est le mot reconnaissance. Je vous suis reconnaissant d'être venu parmi nous. Je vous suis reconnaissant de ces entretiens, de ces travaux riches et enrichissants. Je suis reconnaissant à toutes ces grandes personnalités d'avoir été avec nous et de nous aider. Je vous suis reconnaissant d'avoir réussi avec vous le test dont a parlé M. Pascal. Et je suis reconnaissant aussi que vous acceptiez d'être parmi nous l'année prochaine, encore plus avant, dans cette recherche de la défense et de l'illustration de l'Afrique océanique. Merci beaucoup.
Effectivement, je rejoins Monsieur le secrétaire perpétuel de l'Académie du Royaume du Maroc pour dire que c'était un test. Je ne pensais pas que je devais passer un examen, mais je vois que quand je vous vois tous parmi nous, on a réussi ce test. Et donc, je vais me confondre en remerciements parce que je remercie tout d'abord l'Académie du Royaume du Maroc de nous avoir fait confiance, l'engagement de Monsieur le secrétaire perpétuel. Je remercie également l'engagement et le concours de Pascal Lamy. Et je remercie tous ceux qui ont accepté d'être parmi nous alors que nous les avons invités de justesse parce que c'était l'été et que la plupart étaient en vacances. Et de vous voir aujourd'hui, ça m'émeut énormément, en fait. Je n'aurais pas pu, nous n'aurions pas pu réussir cet événement sans vous. Je tiens également à remercier le concours de nos modérateurs, Raphaël Danglade, Thomas Bernat, mais le couple d'enfer, Ashok Adiseyam et Fedra Francocci. Je remercie aussi l'équipe de la saison bleue et l'équipe de l'Académie qui ont fait que cet événement soit réussi que ce soit les bonnes images au bon moment, que ce soit les bonnes vidéos au bon moment et que ce soit les micros au bon moment. Merci Peter d'être avec nous et j'espère que pour l'année prochaine, effectivement, la deuxième édition, on aura plus de représentation d'autres pays. Aujourd'hui, nous avons 17 pays, mais j'espère que l'année prochaine, on essaiera d'avoir le double, même en ligne, hein, quand ça ne suffira pas d'être en présentiel, et qu'on verra plus de projets réussis, d'innovation dans le domaine de l'économie bleue durable, qu'il y ait plus de jeunesse qui porte la voix de l'Afrique et les expériences. C'est ce qu'il nous faut, avancer tous ensemble, mais surtout avec la jeunesse. C'est elle, c'est pour elle, et l'avenir de l'océan dépend aussi d'elle. Donc, je laisse la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Rim.
I'd like to thank her one more time, please. Come on. Incredible. Really incredible. I'd like to also thank the translators.
Je tiens aussi à remercier les interprètes.
Been listening to them. They've done such a great job. Thank you, guys. I ask you to just translate some Fijian for me. No? Okay. Hey, listen, at moments like this, all the words have been said. The brain's no longer really functioning, so the words have to come from the heart. And seriously, this has been a really important forum in terms of ideas. Africa's voice is emerging from it, and the great news is we're going to be doing this again in Tangiers next year. So thank you to the Academy for that. Look, I'm going home early in the morning, and I'm going home to my 3-year-old granddaughter. And in thinking about her as I go, I try and think about, how's the world changed for her as a result of what we've been talking about here in the last 2 days. Because as I often say in my speeches, we are consigning that generation, our little ones, we're consigning them to hell. We're taking them on a highway to hell. We're taking them towards 3 degrees in their lifetimes. That's, let's not kid ourselves. That is where we're heading at the moment. And we all know about the prognosis for COP28 in 2 weeks' time. Nothing much is going to change. The assessments from WRI and everywhere else is that it's grossly inadequate. So, it's very, very worrying times for responsible grandparents, responsible parents. It's very worrying times. So we have to be thinking about that. Be thinking about how has this meeting, how have our thoughts changed? How are we as individuals going to be different people as we walk away from this meeting in Tangiers? That has to be what is ruling our thinking. And so I leave you with that thought. Please, as you leave Tangiers, be ruled by that principle of intergenerational justice, because currently we are not providing the justice to our little ones that they should have, that our grandparents gave us, basically. So with those kind of serious words, I guess, I conclude by saying that it's been a great privilege to be up here on the stage with you all, and what a wonderful gathering you've put together. Thank you so much.
J'appelle Olivier Poivre d'Arvor à...
I invite Olivier Poivre d'Arvor to read the declaration. Dear Olivier, thank you for your commitment with us as well. Well, listen, I will not read out the declaration. We have written it together. It includes many things, probably missed many things as well. It's the expression of African countries, so I am not the right person to read it, actually. And besides, I'm too old. And there are too many men on the stage, so I will ask I will invite Barca to come and read out the English version. But first, so I will read the French version. So if you want to come, both of you, you are most welcome to join us on the stage. Let's start with the French version, and then, since you are bilingual, you will understand what will be said anyway. The idea is that you will read the paragraph each, please.
Jour à Tanger, au Maroc, à l'invitation de la...
Tanger, Morocco. At the invitation of Royal Academy of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Blue Season, we representatives from 26 countries among the 38 coastal states of the African continent, along with our neighbors from the Mediterranean, Atlantic and Indian basins, comprising political leaders, representatives of the scientific community, civil society, and African youth, and economic actors, have convened on the occasion of the inaugural Blue Africa Summit. We acknowledge the strong oceanic commitment of His Majesty Mohammed VI, under whose high patronage this summit is organized for the first time on the African continent. We extend our greetings to the high representatives of the UN, the African Union, the European Union, and other organizations representing maritime nations. Ce jour, à Tanger, Maroc, à l'invitation de l'Académie royale du Maroc et de la saison bleue, nous, représentants de 26 pays sur les 38 États côtiers que compte le continent africain, avec nos voisins du bassin méditerranéen, atlantique et indien, comprenant leaders politiques, représentants de la communauté scientifique, de la société civile, de la jeunesse africaine et des acteurs économiques. Nous nous sommes réunis à l'occasion de la première édition du Blue Africa Summit. Nous saluons l'engagement océanique fort de Sa Majesté Mohammed VI, sous le haut patronage duquel ce sommet a été organisé pour la première fois sur le continent africain. Nous saluons la présence de hauts représentants des Nations Unies, de l'Union africaine, de l'Union européenne et d'autres organisations représentatives des nations maritimes. Today, the ocean presents both threats and opportunities, with the population approaching 2 billion inhabitants by 2050, and nearly double this figure by the end of this century of inhabitants within almost two-thirds living within 60 kilometers of the coastline. Africa deserves distinctive consideration. We drew attention to the situation of the most fragile coastlines, small island states, archipelagos, or islands of the African continent, and their populations directly threatened by massive urbanization, erosion, artificialization, and soil salinization, as well as extreme phenomena due to climate change and concerning rise in sea levels along the 30,000 kilometers of the African coastline. The growth of Africa depends and will depend significantly on investments in the blue economy or blue finance, as long as they benefit to local economies and populations. Development of Sahel, local and African countries can only occur through an ambitious oceanic vision. This recognition of African oceanity obviously involves the development of coastal, port, fishing, fleets, and trade infrastructures, allowing states and populations to benefit from their own commercial, fishery, marine, genetic, and energy resources. We also encourage sustainable and innovative financing, as well as the development of startups and small to medium-sized enterprises. Nous recommandons toutes les opportunités à toutes les autorités développer des plans et des stratégies pour le développement de leurs côtes dans les zones exclusives et soutenir la création de plans spéciaux maritimes au niveau régional et national afin de permettre une économie bleue réelle, y compris la protection de ces zones et leur biodiversité précieuse à 30% d'ici 2030. Aux entrepreneurs maritimes de développer des modèles économiques durables prenant en compte le bien-être des populations côtières. Aux États d'encourager les initiatives telles que la Grande Muraille Bleue ou les corridors maritimes croisant l'expertise scientifique, l'engagement des citoyens et le développement aux fins de la protection de l'océan qui est un bien commun. Les pays du continent et les partenaires internationaux reconnaissent le leadership de l'Union des Comores en sa qualité de président actuel de l'Union africaine, de rejoindre le panel africain de chefs d'État pour le développement d'une économie bleue régénératrice créée lors du Africa Climate Summit. Aux États de la façade atlantique africaine de rejoindre l'initiative du Maroc d'une coalition de pays solidaires. À tous les acteurs concernés de reconnaître la nécessité d'un mécanisme permanent servant de plateforme de dialogue et d'incubateur d'initiatives concrètes pour renforcer le partenariat stratégique Afrique-Europe. À toutes et à tous de porter la voix des femmes et de la jeunesse dans toutes les activités, les enceintes et les négociations. We wish to make the voice of Africa strongly heard and in the future oceanic events in Africa on topics like pollution of plastic, prohibition of subsidies for illegal overfishing, and the exploitation of deep sea beds. We'd like also to encourage African states to promptly ratify BBNJ agreements in order to enable development of marine protected areas. We would urge the organizers of the next United Nations Ocean Conference, UNOC 3, taking place in Nice in June 2025 under the co-presidency of France and Costa Rica, to strongly consider the maritime development of the African continent by encouraging in 2024 a national and international consultation closely aligned with the African Union. And finally, to build genuine African leadership on the ocean and contribute to UNOC 3. We'd like to thank the Royal Academy of Morocco and the Blue Season for organizing in November 2024 in Tangier a second edition of Blue Africa Summit. We will then improve and provide an opportunity to assess progress and elevate the voice of Oceanic Africa on the eve of the United Nations Ocean Conference in 2025. And thank you. That's it. Thank you, both of you. It's magnificent. Come and join us. I will ask Oliver to come as well and join us. It's done. We read one paragraph in French, one paragraph in English, and so on. Our interpreters didn't stop. They were here, and we'd like to thank them. You will stay with us for a couple of minutes. Please come, both of you. Finally, we can take a photo respecting gender equality, or almost respecting it. So we take this photo and then we say farewell, good luck, and if I may say, with all the deliberations of this afternoon, I'd say see you next year. Thank you. Thank you, Pascal. And this evening we can all go out and eat dinner in the magnificent city of Tangier. I know that there is a grouping at 8 p.m. for those who want to go to the city. If you want to join them, we will find transportation for you to go to the Medina as well. So we'll meet near the bar at 8 p.m. And tomorrow, Reem, I think that there is a visit planned. There is a visit for Tangier Med, the port, planned for tomorrow for those wishing to go, for those who are registered. And then there is a visit of the Tangier Medina, old city. The visit of Tangier Med will start at 10 to 12:30, and then We will go straight to the Medina all the way to 2 p.m. all together, and departure will take place from the hotel lobby at 9 a.m. Okay, 9 a.m. instead of 10. Thank you, Mr. Bashir. And I would like to thank for his collaboration and support